Szép jó napot kívánunk! Köszöntünk mindenkit szeretettel a Nemzetközi Kepes Társaság.
Hello, nice day to you. Greetings on the Light Symposium of the International Kepes Society. And before we are to start, specifically, I would like to inform you that simultaneous interpretation is available from Hungarian to English and from English to Hungarian.
I'd like to announce that we have simultaneous interpreters. So if you wish to understand the Hungarian lectures, we highly recommend to pick up one of those devices you may find at the entrance. We will start in 2 minutes. Szeretettel köszöntünk tehát mindenkit.
So then, greetings to everyone. Thank you very much for coming here. It was back in 1993 when Attila Csályi recommended to commence this whole process, which we celebrate the 30th anniversary of today, because the first Light Symposium was held in Eger in 1993. Our lecturer Dénes Nagy will talk more about this in his lecture. So just as a kind of introduction, I would like to mention that really major efforts have been made, and we needed a lot of efforts to organize this conference organized by the International Kepes Society. And I would like to express my greatest thanks to Moholy Nagy University for receiving and hosting us here. I don't think this series of lectures could have been held in any better place. Thanks to Vasarely Museum for receiving the exhibition. It's an exhibition by the light artists of Kepes Society, and thanks to Kepes Institute in Eger for hosting the artistic exhibition where the other members of the Kepes Society have their works on exhibition. I wouldn't like to outline the agenda today, but actually at the reception desk you can find the agenda in printed form, or on kepessociety.org you can also check the agenda and the programs. Now, just in brief about how we get here, why we're here. Well, traditionally, the Light Symposia would focus on a scientific approach and artistic approach, these being approached to each other, hoping to create joint knowledge and experience. And from among the members of the Kepes Society, there are high-ranking scientists and artists. And well, the key is that many of us thought, together with, for instance, Márton Orosz, that here is our generation. We've already grown up, advanced enough to actually carry on with what the previous generations have dreamt about and created. And this conference is also witness to this endeavor. So now I would like to ask Mr. Márton Orosz to take the floor here. Greetings to everyone here in this Light Symposium, in the International Light Conference. As a matter of fact, I should actually offer my floor to Attila Csályi because he was supposed to be the first speaker as the president of the International Capacity Society. However, what happened is that Attila's doctor didn't let him leave Szigliget, and that is why he couldn't travel to Budapest and couldn't actually join us. And he asked me to use the so-called light route documentary, which was made by Tamás Borbás in 2015 about him. So he asked me to actually present this or to actually show this in his lecture. And now here comes a roughly 10-minute detail about Attila's connection to light arts. And I selected a roughly 5-6 minute section of the interview I made with Attila still before the COVID. It was back in summer or autumn 2019, and that's when Attila talked about the foundation establishment of the International Capacity Society, and he also talked about the importance of György Kepes and his impact on arts. So, using these two videos, actually we will show you a roughly a quarter of an hour detail. May I please ask the technicians to switch over to another file? This will be the noise presentation. Okay, I'll try to log off, and yes, this is it. White messages were followed by black messages. I used this in '76 when I used the waste materials of industrial production, for instance, can tops, cardboard box, but additionally, otherwise this is very far from reality. And the approach that called me to use these materials was that these materials that were basically made as waste could, if in a proper context and if they can made radiating, will have a elementary visual effect. So I began to experiment on images where genetic forms and deformations, unexpected formations can make and generate very serious visual energy. Well, these works, these light calligraphies are made of bent illuminescent tubes, and they are practically a continuation of the light work that I used to paint beforehand. So here the light is much more determinative. It reflects space as a kind of sculpture, and actually these are rather 3D works of art. And back in the mid-70s, they preceded laser, and it was 1 year later when I began to search the options of laser. I had an exhibition in the National Gallery in 1977 when I actually created various black light sculptures with friction light. And the experiment with light, this thought with light is really unique. Some problems recur with me, they reappear again and again. This creates a special area because we started with the first gestures, then we went on with strategic efforts, then we went on to light inflected grades, and then there came light calligraphy, which actually materialized in totally different tools through transfusion calligraphy. Holography, that's what I started to deal with from the early 80s. The Physical Institute of the Technical University of Budapest held me. It was Zoltán Kerteti and Mr. Gyimes who helped me here. Actually, I started to study the opportunities of light holography. In addition to providing a third dimension, as you change the locations, I mainly try to understand what the specific dimensions were in holography, and that could actually be illustrated. For instance, floating masses or changing internal light structures. So that's actually illustrated in light calligraphy. And the issue that relates back to Mr. Ugo's thoughts when a specific 20th century behavior was focused on, because one of the characteristics of the 20th century is that it queries evidences, and such an evidence is that the one in front was the other one in the back. So if I put my hand here, my actually palm actually covers my hand and vice versa, and there is no space wherein not this, but something else is happening. And if I put a spring in the front, and then for the second, I made the negative of it, and this negative, depending on the illumination changes, sometimes it goes into negative or positive, but the spring itself that is in the front will actually return us to the security of sensitiveness, whereby the one in the front wants the one in the back, and vice versa. Negative form, if I actually turn it outward, then actually it would actually go into the space from a plane, and then the spring is evident. But when I make it, then the spring was closer to this material, so the spring in the back will actually cover the substance in the front. And it's really impossible to understand this, because this is a reality that hasn't existed so far, and the opportunities that an artist or an expert will actually explore in the future will actually mean that this is visually existent and it can be created. 1964-65. That's when I used to be visiting a small apartment. It was Mr. Vecei's apartment, and actually that was the time that opened the windows of modern art for me. Actually, that's where we actually met. We actually listened to music, and I was changing the discs. But actually, I also met Csai, Kornis, Kurtág. These were persons who were the very important personalities of Hungarian culture. So our friendship goes back to 40 years. Well, since I actually try to understand both cultures, I try to link the two cultures because the thought is the same, the steps of creativity, the algorithm of creativity is the same. And actually, the works of Attila Csai are the true examples of this because he actually went into scientific experiment and arts experience. He was really a pioneer at his own time, and this will still be true forever because the same thought is followed as in science. But what I see in Attila is that intuition and nature science would actually linked in a rigorous process. Attila's works in those times when he actually started to focus on light arts. And this was before the laser applications. So then Csai was really in the very best age. That was actually the peak of the light art. But then using the superposition laser technology and the other laser technicians, there was a big advancement. And if we consider his works, and if you continue, if you try to move the light source in front of the work, then you will have different visual results. And that's how Crow was actually linked, saying that light sciences could be actually linked with physics. And that's how he got to KFKani and the Technical University of Massachusetts. This is one of the best universities in the world. And actually, there were some really high-ranking experts there. And this created a very special environment, especially when the artists appeared there, who said that let's try to use new techniques, new materials. George Kepes, whose backgrounds and roots are here, actually in '67 he founded the Center of Visual Sciences. And this was the center which highly contributed to the entry of new media in arts works, so that if you use a brush or graphite, that should be equal with a laser technique. And an example could be Hugo Wolter's work. That's really astonishing because it goes into really deep philosophical question. Are you in or out? Are you at the edge? Do you cross the border? Do you go around from the top, from the bottom? And actually this is a scientific approach, but it also is a kind of aesthetic experience, and it really terminates your brain, just like the universe. And in luminokinetic schools there are things, either the work moves or the audience has to move. And there were quite many who dealt with various branches of this art, but when the audience and the recipient turns around with a certain technique that is provided by laser. So actually he was really a pioneer in this whole field, and being an artist he could actually deep dive in sciences that he could use. For instance, he also registered some patents. Show me who would actually submit patents using various physical phenomena. So actually he was accepted in the university, and he was the only in Central Europe. He was always sensitive to new. So his relation with Mr. Norbert was really unique, and especially now that we have the 2015 was the year of light by UNESCO, and actually he was a laser physics, and then they did certain things that did not exist or could not even be dreamt about in those times. It was in 1993 when we inaugurated. It was István Szabó, the Oscar Prize-winning director, who had an introductory speech about Kepes, and I had to talk about CAVS and its spirit. And so this was back in 1993. Back in those times, I explained and showed that it's really very good to have established this museum, but it shouldn't be dead. We have to create a kind of society that would impersonate, that would represent this. We had to hold various events that could actually liven this museum, and the most fortunate opportunity would be to actually use the most progressive art, which is light art, and then we could then rely on this light art to hold symposia, light symposia that could be held every 2 or 3 years. The first was held in '93, and then the next was in '96, and then a lot of other recurrent symposia were held. And in '96, for instance, Paul Earth was also a participant in the symposium. And well, he is really a very well representative of his own branch, and we then recognized that we should set up an international society that would link science, arts, techniques, so that would be built on this interrelation among this, and the spirit of CVS, which really can be led back to these sciences, could be used, and then with a really big number of presentations, lectures, and publications, this society could popularize this spirit. These symposia were held up to 2015, and in 15, parallel with my exhibition in Műcsarnok, that was when the last was organized. So back in 1993, in Bella Center, Copenhagen, I had a really grandiose laser event, and from the press, I talked about Thomas Wilfred, and one of my works was actually offered for Thomas Wilfred, and that's back in 1993. To my greatest astonishment, the people, well, 95% of the people didn't hear anything about him, although he was a Danish American. Actually, his name was linked to the creation of light techniques, so that was really a masterpiece of the time. So there was no continuity at us, luckily enough. So otherwise, this was really a unique occasion when, through Mori and through Kepes, actually this could really become a complete set of arts. So we, light artists, have to consider this a significant value. Well, the relation between Kepes and the experts was really very high-ranking. Kepes got a lot from Mori Nagy, but by all certainty, Mori also could use this kind of interest, and he actually frequently mentioned that he felt that some of his ideas were recurrent in Moholy Nagy, and he was really immensely free and loose in actually using the ideas that he saw in others like Kepes. So actually he felt to be somehow deprived, and the relation actually accelerated Mr. Kepes's maturity. Actually, he had a really very important strength of catalyzation. And in one of our discussions, he said that, I had to really be aware of Picasso, the Andalusian guy, who some of the artists didn't want to let in their studio, like in Mr. Bácskai, who had the very same approach in actually making results. So this relation is really of outstanding importance for Hungarian fine arts, and luckily enough, it still is applicable up to today.
And now we will start our first section, which is Past and the Present, Domestic Strategies, Memories and Intersections. I'd like to ask Dénes Nagy to give his presentation now. Dénes Nagy is a mathematician and historian of science, and founder and chairman of the International Society of Symmetry and the working group of folk architecture of the Veszprém Academic Committee of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. He has been a lecturer at many universities all around the world, for example, in Melbourne and other continents, other places. But instead of talking more about his biography, I'd like to ask him to take the floor and let's see his presentation.
Láttátok ezt a tréfás címet, amit adtam a marslakóknak, a Martians, and there are 3 jubilees, 30, 120, 200, tehát 3 jubileumról is beszélni fogok, és akkor menjünk gyorsan tovább. Very briefly, this is the important story which I would like to emphasize. Marci just mentioned this 30 years. And also the fact that 3 years later, the International Keppel Society was established. Tehát látjátok, az első szimpózium, és eljutottunk 96-ban, és én is szeretnék 2015-re utalni, amire Szőlősi Nagy András is beszélt nemrég. András Szőlősi Nagy also spoke about International Year of Light. This was a UNESCO International Year of Light, and there was a fascinating conference here in Budapest and Eger. And as a president of the International Symmetry Society, we try to link art and science always. We had a lot of joint work with Attila. Okay, let's go. So here is the joke about the Martians. It is coming from a discussion between Enrico Fermi and Leo Szilárd, tehát Szilárd Leo és Fermi tréfálkoztak. Vannak marslakok, és az volt a következtetés, hogy marslakok vannak, furcsán beszélnek, azt mondják, hogy magyaruk és érdekes akcentusok van. Tehát a Martians are this strange group of people, they have a strange accent, and they claim that they are Hungarians. Okay, and this was just a joke, but the Yankee magazine published a paper about this, and then George Marx wrote a very comprehensive book about the Martians. So this is John von Neumann, Eugene P. Wigner, Edward Teller, E.T. Edward Teller, E.T., don't forget, he was very happy. Leo Szilárd, Theodor von Karman, Dennis Gabor, and John Kemény. Tehát ezek, magyarul ugye ne olvassam fel ezeket a neveket, csak annyit szeretnék mondani a magyaroknak, hogy ne felejtsétek el, hogy angolul Neumann János John von Neumann, tehát amikor azt mondják nekem, hogy nincs is benne a lexikonokban, tévednek, a V betűnél kell keresni. És I would like to add a very important point here, that if there are Martians in science, why not to think about Martians in art? Tehát marslakok, olyan marslakok, akik alapvető dolgokat hoztak létre a művészetben is voltak, és mindannyian, megint egy magyar csoportról van szó, mindannyian valahogy a tudományhoz is közel voltak. Tehát there is an interesting art and science relationship, and I speak about László Moholy Nagy, Alexander or Sándor László, Viktor Vasszaleli, of course, György Kepes and Nikolás Schöffer. Please see that Moholy Nagy and Alexander László were born in the same year, tehát ugyanabban az évben született Moholy Nagy és László Sándor. Ha nem ismertek László Sándort, később majd visszamegyek erre a témára, és nagyon érdekes, hogy Viktor Vasszaleli és Kepes György is ugyanabban az évben születtek. Na most, hogyha azt mondjátok, hogy ez egy magyar marhaság, if you say that this is Hungarian stupidity, please see the Millennium article of the magazine Nature. Of course, millennium means 2000. Genius Loci, the 20th century, you see, the 20th century was made in Budapest. And the author is not a Hungarian, but a Czech-Canadian professor and explained exactly this story which we mentioned. Now, if we are speaking about Martians, I would like to speak about pre-Martians. I believe these people were pre-Martians. Please see that a small village became famous. Koch, I'm sorry, I'm going back. Koch. I think that in your native language, are there any Finnish people? Because in Finnish, I didn't write, in Finnish it is kuski. Don't forget that in some languages, coach doesn't mean anymore the four-wheel carriage, which were spread from the village coach, but coach also means a person who carried the students through the exam. Tehát a coachnak egy olyan jelentése is kialakult, ez 1830-as években Oxfordban történt, hogy a coach az, aki a tutor, a segítő tanár, aki átviszi a vizsgán, és aztán főleg Japánban, szuahili nyelven, Koreában ez már inkább a sportcsapat edzőjét jelenti. Jó, megyek tovább, erről szívesen beszélek. Másik egy ember, aki megbolondította a világot, ez Kempelen Farkas, Baron von Kempelen, and please see that his chess automaton entertained Benjamin Franklin, Catherine the Great, Napoleon, Charles Babbage, Edgar Allan Poe, and so on. But what is important, his speaking machine. The original version is at the Deutsches Museum in Germany. This is a wonderful simulation of speech. If you have seen an exhibition, if you visit the Technical University of Budapest, you will see a copy there. Tehát, hogyha műegyetemen megnézhetitek ezt a fantasztikus beszélőgépet. Na, mi a 120 és mi a 200? I spoke about 30, 120, John von Neumann was born 120 years ago, and 200 years ago, the non-Euclidean geometry was discovered by János Bolyai, in English, John Bolyai. Here you have a wonderful Escher-type reconstruction of spaces of a constant curvature. Now, I would like to rush through very briefly on light art and light science, tehát én most átugrok innen arról, hogy megbeszéltük azt, hogy Kempelen Farkasnak milyen fantasztikus tudása volt. Zárójelben jegyzem meg, hogy ezt csak magyarul mondom, mert másoknak nem annyira fontos, de ugye tudjátok, hogy Kempelen Farkas intézte el, hogy az egyetemet Budára hozták, tehát nem Nagyszombaton, hanem Budán van, és ő építette azt a házat, amelyik fent a várba a színház, most a miniszterelnök rezidenciája. Na, menjünk tovább. Tehát, very briefly about, but very quickly about light art and light science, tehát művészet, tehát fényművészet és fénytudomány. Úgy tűnik, hogy mind az indo-európai nyelveken, mind magyarul a fehér szóból. Tehát the origin of light is going back to the concept of white, both in Indo-European languages and also in Hungarian. Interestingly, this is the Chinese version. It is pictographic, but in China it is very important the connection between the dark side and the light side. Tehát a kínai kultúrában nagyon fontos a yin-yangban ez a fekete-fehér, és én hangsúlyozni szeretném, hogy nézzétek meg, most a mikrofon nem viszem magammal, de ezt nézzétek meg. Szimbólum mindenképpen ezt a fény és árnyék kettőségét mutatja, és hát az az igazság, hogy a kamera obscura már megvolt időszámításunk előtti 5. században, viccesen én mozinak nevezem Mozart, tehát a kamera obscura is so old in the Chinese culture. I'm very sorry. Usually we like to say that the Greeks were so smart. They spoke very many stupidities in connection with light and seeing. For example, they believed that we see because a ray is going from eye to the object, and we are seeing in this way. I give the references. A görögökről mindig elmondjuk, még Plátonról és Eukleidészről is, hogy milyen bölcsek voltak, de itt azt látjátok, hogy itt nagy marhaságokat beszéltek, például azt, hogy mi úgy látunk, hogy a szemünkből indul a fénysugár, és ezért látunk, hát ez természetesen marhaság, majd mindjárt meglátjuk, hogy ki korrigálta, és hát ismert történet az, hogy Archimédes hajókat tudott elégetni, burning mirror, tehát amikor meg akarták Szirakúzát hozzá támadni, akkor ő védekezett. Erre visszatérek, mert erre egyértelmű bizonyíték nincs. András Szőlősi spoke about MIT. The MIT professors and students made an experiment in 2005. Here you see the record. With 1027 mirrors, they were able to make a fire for a static ship. Tehát az MIT kutatásban bizonyították, hogy ezt tényleg meg lehetett esetleg csinálni. A Bibliában is természetesen itt van a fény, látjátok, itt van the Old Testament, 3rd century BC. This is the Septuaginta, which was translated into Greek, and the Genesis in Hungarian, Mózes első könyve, ott van, hogy és mondá Isten, legyen világosság. De lássátok, hogy in English and also in German, here is a King James Bible and the Luther Bible, they use the word light. In Hungarian, not the light, but világosság is used. Okay, what happened? It is not well known, a very strange story, that Plato's academy was closed because this is a pagan academy. It was made by Justinian. And interestingly, a new academy was established in Danesgaz-Gondisapur, and then Caliph al-Mamun was a person who collected the Greek scientific manuscript, and the Bakht al-Hikma became the House of Wisdom, became a new center, and the correct understanding of seeing that the rays are going to the eyes was described by this person. His work was immediately translated into Latin, tehát a korrekt látásmódot a bölcsesség házában, egyébként a bölcsesség háza úgy keletkezett, hogy a kalifa gyűjtette a görög tudományos kéziratokat, és a latinul mondom Al-Hazen, tehát Ibn al-Haytham volt, aki megalkotta azt. Nézzétek meg, hogy milyen gyönyörűen néz ki ez a könyv, és most egy pillanatra visszaugrok Archimédesre. Ez az ábra Al-Hazen könyvéből való. Egyébként Antemosztól vette át az adatokat, hogy el lehet égetni. This illustration is also from Al-Hazen book, and please see that how ships are destroyed by mirrors. Jump back to China. The gunpowder, the discovery of the gunpowder was very interesting, but don't forget that gunpowder was not only a weapon, but also medicine. Tehát amikor felfedezték a robbanó anyagot, a puskaport és a tűzijátékot, akkor ezt az anyagot bizony ők használták gyógyszerként is, és hát itt megindult egy nagy történet. Magyarokból szeretnék valamit hangsúlyozni, ez kutatás tárgya. Lehet, hogy Európába a mongolokkal a mohi csata idején érkezett meg ide először. Az biztos, hogy Roger Bacon Epistola de Secretis Operibus Artis et Naturae-ban már leírása szerepel. Tehát in English it is possible that in a battle of Mohi was used for the first time, unfortunately not by the Hungarians, but we call it in Hungarian Tatars or Mongols, but there is no clear evidence of this, but Roger Bacon definitely used it. And the very interesting other weapon is of course the Greek fire, as you see in this 20th century Madrid manuscript. I am happy to read the Greek text, but I also translate it into English, tehát itt van a görög tűz, és mint látjátok, a görög szöveg elmondja, hogy a román flotta hogy gyújtotta fel az ellenség hajóit. Ha érdekel benneteket, hogy működik a görög tűz, if it is interesting how it works, it is very simple. Heated oil, you see the heated oil, it is necessary to pump air, tehát melegítjük az olajat, levegőt pumpálunk bele, látjátok, hogy van egy fújtató is, there is a bellow here at the left hand side, and it is very easy to make with a match or a lamp a Greek fire. I spoke about Leonardo's Festa del Paradiso just because the documents emphasize that the main guest was the Hungarian ambassador. Sforza and Matthias Corvinus had a lot of interesting connection, but let's go to the modern age. Huygens was the person in his Treatise of Light, Traité de Lumière, who explained the wave theory of light, and very soon Sir Isaac Newton explained the corpuscular theory. Magyarul is mondom ezt nagyon gyorsan. Tehát Huygens was ebben a Leidenben 1609-ben kiadott könyvben, aki a fénynek a hullám természetét magyarázta el. Nem sokára jött azonban Newton, és ő az optikában, nézzétek meg, hogy nem sajtóhiba, hogy K betű van benne, így írta még Newton, hogy optic with K, és a címben ott van kiemelve, hogy light, tehát ő a fényekkel, a színekkel is foglalkozott, ő viszont a részecskés magyarázatot, a korpuszkuláris, tehát a fotonos, modern névvel Lewis nevezte, 1926-ban fotonnak magyarázta el. A quantum mechanics made wave-particle duality, tehát kvantummechanikában ez már megoldódott, hogy a kettő az egyenértékű, és még a hec kedvéért bemutatom az oxigén felfedezését. Az oxigén felfedezését ugyanis égető tükrökkel csinálta Lavoisier, mielőtt guillotinnal lefedezték. Please see that burning mirrors for use for the discovery of oxygen. The name oxygen, that there is some, okay, what was earlier? Earlier believed that everything is made on the Greek theory, fire, water, air, and earth, and it came out that there is something different, and Lavoisier before the guillotine killed him, mielőtt kivégezte a guillotine, még ő adta ezt a nevet, hogy ezt nevezzük oxigénnek. Nagyon érdekes ez a multimédia bemutató, egyébként az osztrák örökköcsösségi háború vége tiszteletére. In 1749, the composer was Handel, but I have this slide. Please see what type of fireworks were used. Nézzétek meg, hogy milyen gazdag tűzijáték, kilövési módokat választottak már akkor, és egy megjegyzés ahhoz, hogy egy nagyon érdekes epizódja volt ennek a fényművészetnek, Sir David Brewsternek a kaleidoszkópja. Hangsúlyozni szeretném, hogy ti azt a kaleidoszkópot ismeritek, ami két tükörből áll, ugye? Tehát, és gyerekkoromban így néztük. The kaleidoscope with two mirror, but he made multi-mirror kaleidoszkóp, ő több tükröt használt, nagyon érdekes kompozíciókat hozott létre, de mondott egy nagy marhaságot. He made a big stupidity. Please read it. It will create in a singular what 1,000 artists could not invent in the course of a year. Tehát azt mondta, hogy hát a művészek helyett én 1 óra alatt több mintát gyártok le, mint 1000 művész egy év alatt. Hát ez nem jött be, de gyerekjátéknak ez nagyon jó. I show you a polycentral kaleidoscope. This means that here there are 3 mirrors. You see? 3 mirrors. I don't know that if the pointer works. Not very well. So, a lényeg az, innen mondom, tehát itt látják. Tehát a 3 tükröt helyezzük el, vagy többet. If we have 3 mirrors or many mirrors, this is my Swiss friend's wonderful composition, for example. Another interesting topic is a colored music. Please see Kastel and Scriabin. I had connection with Bulat Galayev, who was the leader of the Kazan group, and they used the method of Scriabin because Scriabin Prometheus made a precise description which type of light and color should be presented. I believe Marci, that you are connected with Zsolt Gyenes. You attended one of their conferences. Magyarországon is van egy vizuális zenecsoport, és nagyon örülök, hogy tudom, hogy Marci is kapcsolatban velük. Ez egy nagyon érdekes kapcsolat. De van egy gond. What is my main problem? És én Nemcsics Antalra szeretnék most emlékezni. There was Antal Nemcsics son is here with us, so I remember for your father, who organized wonderful symposium on color dynamics. Nemcsics Antalra emlékszem, aki nagyon fontos nemzetközi színdinamikai konferenciákat csinált. Én nem tudtam abban az idejében elkészíteni ezt a táblázatot, de később megcsináltam. Sajnos a szinesztézia az nem univerzális, és most egy kultúrkörbe mentem, Scriabin, Rimsky, Korsakov, Asafjev, és mint láthatjátok, más színasszociációk vannak. Unfortunately, synesthesia is an existing phenomenon. Some people feel colors together with sounds, but as you see here, the association, even in a small cultural circle, are very different. And now, do you know the name of Alexander László? I mentioned that he was born in the same year as László Moholy Nagy. Very interesting that he came in a different direction. He was a pianist, so not a visual artist, a pianist, and he wrote a very important book, Farb, Licht, Music, so color, light, music. And now let's go really to the light art, how László Moholy Nagy starting at the Bauhaus, tehát most már az igazi fényművészet irányába menjünk, ahogy Moholy Nagy László a Bauhausba elindította ezt, és aztán a New Bauhausba, majd a Institute of Designba, Illinoisba folytatta. Nagyon fontos a lépések, hogy a fotogramtól hogy jutott el a németül nevezte még el Lichtrequisite einer elektrischen Bühne, tehát azt mondja, hogy light prop for an electric stage, tehát csináljunk elektronikus színpadokat, és a light space modulator, ezt nem is szoktuk magyarra lefordítani, tehát ezekkel a fényjátékokkal, nagyon érdekes, amit Attila mondott itt a kapcsolatokról. He made kinetic sculptures, mint Kepes and Moholy Nagy connection, kinetic sculptures and abstract light effect, it was ordered by Alexander Korta and other people. The important step was emphasized earlier that György Kepes established the Center for Advanced Visual Studies at MIT in 1967. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a criminal act that this is closed. Hölgyeim és uraim, egy fantasztikus dolog, hogy Kepes György ezt létrehozta, de ez egy bűntény szerintem, hogy ezt az intézetet bezárták. Nem úgy, hogy teljesen bezárták, de hozzácsatolták, tehát Otto Pine még vezette, de ő követte Kepes Györgyöt, és számomra ez érthetetlen, hogy egy ilyen fontos intézményt miért zártak be. Tehát unfortunately the Center for Advanced Visual Studies does not exist at the time being. Tehát sajnos nincs meg ez az intézet. Na most, itt segített a tudomány, és mutatom azt a két utat, ahogy haladtunk a holográfiába és a lézervilágában, és természetesen itt Gábor Dénessel kell kezdenünk, starting with Dennis Gabor. Please see that he made a British patent, and please also see that the patent is 1947, his Nobel Prize is 1971. Strange? No, it is not so strange. 1947-ben szabadalmaztatta a holográfiát, de mivel még akkor nem volt fehérfény hologram, és egy csomó, nem volt lézer, egy csomó dolog hiányzott ahhoz, hogy ezt használni tudják, és egy felfedezések sokaságára volt szükség, hogy 1971-ben elismerjék, hogy ez egy Nobel-díjas felfedezés, és itt kezdődött az a fantasztikus út, amit Csályi Attila és Kró Norbert bejártak. The Photon Art Group, vagy mondjuk tehát a Photon művész csoportot azért hozták létre a KFK-ban 1977-ben. Egyébként itt láthatjuk a neveket, Csályi Attila, Kró Norbert fizikus, hozzáteszem, hogy ő igazgatója is volt a Központi Fizikai Intézet egyik részének, és egy lézertechnikus, létrehozták ezt a csoportot, és megindultak a kísérletek és kutatások. Figyeljetek arra, hogy egy szabadalom is született, az úgynevezett Method of Superpositioning, tehát egy szabadalmuk is volt, hogy lehet ezt használni, hogy lehet transzparens felületek megvilágításával alakzatokat előállítani. Tehát ez egy szent pillanat, amikor Attila és Kró Norbert csoportja egy olyan szabadalmat hoz létre, amelynek művészi vonatkozásai vannak. It is a very important invention, I believe, when a scientist, so a physicist and the artist came together and they made a discovery, they invented something which is very important for artists. Én annyit szeretnék mondani, hogy szó volt arról, hogy én ezeket a szimmetria konferenciákat szervezem. Hát ezek 3 évente vannak, és mint látjátok, sorba mennek körbe a világon. Én azért az elsőt hazahoztam Budapestre, és így megyünk tovább. A következőnek egy Nobel-díjas házigazdája lesz, mindjárt mutatom. És még egy dolgot szeretnék mondani, ez a bevezetésben szerepelt, hogy én elnöke vagyok a Népi Építészeti Munkabizottságnak is. I'm sorry in English, this is not very good, I should say Folk/Vernacular Architecture Society. Most volt egy konferenciánk, és azonnal mutatok egy szlájdot erről. Egyébként Bartók tanítvány Werner Schulze volt az, aki még fanfárt is írt nekünk. We have a fanfare for this conference. But what is important that on the left-hand side you see our colleague Dennis Shechtman soon after his Nobel Prize. He earned a Nobel Prize alone. It is very rare that in chemistry a Nobel Prize is given to just one person. Dennis Shechtman egyedül kapta a Nobel-díjat a kvázikristályos anyagok felfedezéséért. And this structure which he discovered, it is possible to present in art. Akio Hizume, the Japanese architect, present exactly the pentagonal quasi-crystallic structure here for Dennis Shechtman. He will be the host of our next congress in the Negev, Ben Gurion University in the Negev. Tehát Dennis Shechtman lesz a következő konferenciánknak is a házigazdája, itt a krétai konferenciánkon látható, és láthatjátok, hogy ez a kvázikristályos anyag, amit ő felfedezett, annak művészeti, sőt fényművészeti vonatkozása is vannak, hiszen azt a mintát egy japán bambusz szerkezetből itt előállítják. Fent pedig látjátok a Népépítészeti Konferencia megnyitó találkozóját. Én ezt a Magyar Művészeti Akadémia Művészetelmélet és Módszertani Intézet vezetőivel közösen szerveztem. Itt látjátok az amerikai elnöknőt, az angol elnöknőt, és ha azt mondtuk, hogy Kepes, mind ismerték. When I spoke, it is true that here you see the president of the Vernacular Architecture Forum from Berkeley, California. You see the president of the British Vernacular Architecture Group. But when we spoke about György Kepes, they knew this name. So I am very, very pleased with this and would like to thank you your attention. And I'm very sorry again that I'm a bit nervous. Én sajnálom, hogy egy kicsit ideges vagyok, de hát izgulok, hogy még mit talál a rendőrség nálunk. De a lényeg az, hogy én több fényt kívánok. I wish more light, több fényt, és egy magyarországi központtal, having a center also in Hungary, let's go ahead. And that what was started by Attila, Norbert and some other people, let's continue also here and let's keep the international connection. Tehát amit Attila, Norbert elkezdtek, és ennek volt egy magyarországi központja, menjünk tovább, építsük a nemzetközi kapcsolatokat, és menjünk tovább. Thank you very much, nagyon szépen köszönöm.
Thank you very much, Dénes, for the lecture. I would like to announce that we will have a break a coffee break, a very short coffee break. If you can keep it under 10 minutes, we would appreciate, so we can welcome the next lecturer, next presenter, Paksi Endre, who will join us online. So let's have a coffee break quickly. And I also would like to ask to keep the times, and so everybody should speak. I will give signs from the background because we have a bus in the evening which will leave at one point to see the Kepes documentary tonight. So let's have a short coffee break, and we are waiting for you back in 8-9 minutes. Thank you.
period. He currently lives and works in the Canary Islands, where he directs an art re-education program.
Szeretlek, Marci.
I love you, Marci.
Na mi van, már hallatszom?
Can you hear me?
Oké, hallatszom. Leginkább a saját visszhangomban
I can mostly hear my own echo, so I hope you can hear me. And I'd like to welcome everyone, and I'd like to thank Attila Csányi, that 20 years ago when I started to deal with light art as an art historian, he directed me to Attila Csányi, and at the beginning of the 2000s, he gave me so much information. He showed me Light Symposium catalogs for the first time, and who would have thought that now it seems like with this presentation somehow I will also become a member and I will be also in these dark catalogs. And I'd like to thank Attila for giving me all of the information I needed. This presentation will be more or less about this. How information flows and how it is not allowed to flow.
úgyhogy én váltanék is most egy nyelvet.
And now I would like to change language, actually.
So, my presentation is titled The Decay of the Ideological Iron Curtain. So from now on, it's clear that this is going to be a Cold War story. Actually, just talking about luminokinetics, we're going to have a little portrait of a totalitarian state, which was Communist Hungary, the People's Republic of Hungary. And I was focusing on information flow, on luminokinetism, on the art of light, and how it was hindered by the authorities, how information was not let flow. This was, as a picture, you could tell that all of the isms after the Second World War, like abstract expressionism or op art or pop art, was regarded in communist Hungary as something Western capitalist trick, which were not seen as anything positive or that could be made use in the communist world. And so they have taken the cultural field as another battlefield of the Cold War. And so the isms, especially luminokinetism and all the other isms, were taken as like some conspiracy of the art critics, the art galleries, the art museums, and all in the backyard, all in the background, there was the weapon of the dollar. So if you look at this article, I mean, expert of this article, in Hungary, it was like fairly only one art magazine in the era called Art. And it's like it didn't provide any information on what was going on in the West, except for the sole occasions of the Venice Biennale, because the Venice Biennale was held in the West, but with Hungarian participation. So the Hungarian news, the Hungarian journalists had to just give an account on what's going on the West. And so this is why you just stroll over the pages of this art magazine. There's nothing information on what's going on in the West, except the Venice Biennale, and it's like a terrible critic on how this evil capitalists are destroying our world or trying to destroy our world. And so there's this expression I just highlighted, dollárnyomás, which is like the dollar pressure that is identified by the Hungarian authors that's fueling all these isms. So let's see if there's any information maybe on light artists. There's Moholy-Nagy, there's Kepes, there's Schöffer, and no, actually, it happens that even Moholy-Nagy was like on a blacklist, in a sense of in the communist Hungary, it was just no talk about him. I mean, it's quite hard to prove, but this was the fact that just after his death of this excerpt from a 1947 art magazine, after Moholy-Nagy's death, they are framing Moholy-Nagy as, although he started as a good communist, but then he left for the West. And in the United States, by the end of his career, he started getting unlimited occasions to realize his art, and so he made from fine art a popular product. That's what's highlighted, népszerű áru. Actually, he started working for the enemy. So that was his condemn. I mean, and there was no talk about Moholy-Nagy for almost 20 years in the Hungarian news or publicity. So let's get back to the previous article of Pajkai Éva. That's also a very telling fact that this 1968 Venice Biennale was won by Nicolas Schöffer. And this article is not saying a single word on this first prize. And the only thing she's saying on Schöffer's artwork is that, like in the French pavilion, in one of the darkened rooms, you can see this programmed light mirror prism device. And it says, this kaleidoscopic sight is catching your attention for a few minutes, just like an illuminated fountain. That's what's highlighted in the text. That's szökőkút is fountain. And yes, she's saying every bad that can be said. That it's like advertisement, capitalist, and even a mathematician is mixed with the artist. And so the same author, just 2 years after, when talking about Erzsébet Sár, one of the first installation artists in Hungary, the same author is saying like Erzsébet Sár is opening up with the help of mirrors the illusion of space in her installations, just like as how does it Schöffer in his compositions so geniusly. So do you feel the difference? In 2 years, from a fountain, it's just becoming genius. So what happened? Well, it's the reasons for this shift around 1970 is like to be found in the 60s in Hungary. There was a government centrally organized organ, a fine art committee. They were the people in charge who decided what artworks to be put in public. It was a people's republic, so every building, every building project was public. So any piece of art that could be like commissioned for this state projects was going through this committee. I mean, they decided what the people could see, what the state money could be spent on. This committee was mostly active in the 60s, as Tibor Wener has made a brilliant publication on it. Reading all through the archival material, he states in 2002 that the members of the committee were often confronted with the impossibilities of operation. The lack of a uniform system of principles for judging works, the contradictions of rules and categories, and sometimes aesthetic problems were turned into theoretical debates. The centrally implied intention of the artistic manifestation of realism, socialist realism, was the fundamental determinant of all decisions. And there is a very important person, also a member of this committee, called Nora Aradi. She was in charge all throughout communism. I mean, from the heavy beginning of the 50s until 1990, she was always present in the top positions. And in 1961, there was a called abstract debate among Lajos Németh, another art historian, and her, Nora Aradi, in the publicity. And Aradi Nora is saying the following: is it not natural not to give the same publicity to the extreme manifestations of aspirations that are contrary to our vision as to other works? Lajos Németh's writing ignores the fact that there are two social systems in the world today, and that today's universal art is also permeated by the constantly sharpening struggle between the worldviews. So here you can see, this is a fine example of everything is framed in this Cold War setting. And then the same person, Nora Aradi, it's many years later, end of the 60s, there was another strange occasion. It was called the Nuremberg Constructivist Biennale, which was similar to the Venice Biennale because it was mixed between the West and the East. So this was the first, one of the first occasions where the roots of constructivism was revealed as being kind of coming from the Soviet revolutionary constructivist tradition. And Hungary was also invited. Nora Aradi was the person in charge, what a surprise, to send material, and also at the same time she had to give an account on it in the Hungarian publicity, and she's giving many interviews. But then this expert at the art newspaper, of course, is quite telling of what is still going on in communism regarding modernisms and abstract and luminokinetism. She's saying, like, what a contemporary material in the exhibition was a vast array of practical examples of decoration ornamentation. But this exhibition, all of this was presented with the need for the autonomous artwork. Most artworks designed their work for this exhibition as an exhibition piece and this inevitably contradicted the applied artistic nature of the concepts. The evident fact that the formal principles, harmony, etc., realized in the exhibited object would in fact have the right to exist as an element of the environmental aesthetics, as an integral part of it, clashed with the equally known fact that the works were intended to function as independent pieces of art. Technical fantasy, color dynamic, and formal fantasy were perhaps never more prevalent in any international exhibition than in the constructivist Biennale. But this is a different brain, not one of creative artistic imagination. These results could serve to inspire a particular genre of industrial art. So what we see here is that she is just amazed when seeing op art and luminokinetism. She's really impressed. But what she's having a problem with is that its pieces of art are like still pieces for gallery artworks, you know. So it's still fueling capitalism. And what she's arguing on is that these should be applied art. These should be put out to the public. So this play of words, I mean, Hungarians are able to make problems of serious problems on things that foreigners cannot always understand. I mean, the serious problem here is that what is fine art and what is applied art. In Hungarian, that's szépet and iparművészet. The fine art is like always something higher, you know, and the applied art is always something lower. And in Hungarian, we are saying as applied art or decorative art as industrial art. That's the same word. Ipar means industrial. So this is the same, that means decorative and applied as well. So, just before this 1968 or 1969 article of Aradinora, we could see something, even in the 60s. Back in the 60s, we can see almost an information on op art. So this article, on the next slide, is on East German, of course socialist, East German artist Fritz Kühn. And you can see in the illustrations that there is some op art-ish something going on. And some abstract geometric art. And the funny thing is that in the text, Lenke Haulish, Szatmári Gizella, she is giving the exact definition of op art, saying Fritz Kühn is using optical effects for the simulation of movement. So she is giving the definition of op art, but without saying that this is op art. There's no talk on Vasarely, no talk on any Western isms. It's just like, it's just like, it just happened, you know? And also this article is strictly saying that this kind of art can be used for decoration, for ornamentics, as an applied art or industrial art. She's using these terms. And so if we have a closer look, then it seems that besides there is a lack of information on optical and kinetic art, still someone can do it, you know? There is certain people who can do this. So this is a very important person, George Zegács. Actually, it is super lovely. I mean, it's very telling that we are having this symposium at the moment. He was a teacher of the Applied Arts Academy or Decorative Arts Academy, I don't know. He founded the silicates department in this university where I'm speaking now. He was coming from, well, he did everything. He did socialist realism, whatever. He was like similar to Aradinora in the sense that he had a career, like constant career all throughout communism. He started experimenting with glass and also kinetic sculpture. And so he was the person who had the first luminokinetic exhibition in Hungary. Here's some account in Hungarian newspapers. But still, it was like strictly taken as applied art. Mennyi idő van még, fiúk? Anyway, so he got mennyi idő van még?
5.
Class, kösz. So
He will still have 5 more minutes to go.
So he also had a very strict critic because of this first luminokinetic exhibition in the main newspaper. It was like Gyula Rózsa is saying that in the first place, he's copying the French luminokinetic the Groupe de Recherche de l'Art Visuel. And on the second, it's like technically ridiculously. And for the third, he says that Zigetch wisely chose the Museum of Applied Arts as a venue for this exhibition. I mean, this is a threatening. It was very wise to choose the Museum of Applied Arts. And so it seems that a few luminokinetic artworks are just starting to appear in the 70s in the Hungarian publicity. That's very bad reproduction is on the light flag by him, on the commemoration of the Soviet Revolution in the main square on the main avenue of Budapest. It had some programmed lighting. Also, the middle picture is the first public permanent kinetic sculpture on the building of the socialist car retail, well, not company, but the car retail committee or whatever. And the third picture is of a sculpture of Tiles, the double spiral, inaugurated in 1975 in the country town of Debrecen, which is a fountain. And so the factors that helped this slow melting up of the banning of luminokinetics was first the rediscovery of constructivist art as having the roots in the Soviet revolutionary art. Then in a Hungarian setting, kinetic arts was like a better word. It was like technical, it was like scientific. And then Victor Vasarely gained publicity as well. Also, there was a huge exhibition on the artists who were expelled by Hungary in like more waves. And then a counterpoint of Nora Aradi, Máté Major, started publications on luminokinetic art. Look at this beautiful human being, Máté Major. He visited Csörfer in 1968, and he was he was connected with the Soviet luminokinetic group, the Движение, and with Lev Nusberg, and he so started publicating on the Soviet luminokinetics. So all the people who were like really against and really banning luminokinetism in Hungary, like following Moscow, had this fact that it's already going on in Moscow as well, and St. Petersburg, which then was Leningrad. And so this kind of resistance or not letting it to the people became just more ridiculous with the years. Still, it was a lot of fight against it, but the central hindering of luminokinetism just melted down slowly. So in Eger, the first Hungarian luminokinetic engineer artist group has been formed, also with the membership of Zégács, founded by Lajos Dargai, and also Tiles Béla was a member of it. So thank you guys. Enjoy the rest. Thanks for inviting me.
Következő előadónk Kelle Antal.
Our next speaker will be Antal Kelle, designer, art former. Antal Kelle is a Ferenci Noémi award-winning fine artist, and as he actually calls himself, he's an art former. He pursued his artistic and technical studies in Hungary, in Bauhaus in Dessau, and in between 86 and 89, he actually was a teacher of the Finance and Industrial Arts Vocational Secondary School. He also held courses in the Chopin University. They also taught in Yerevan. He held presentations also here in the university, and he was a guest speaker in the Indian Arts University. He organized a sculpture workshop in Estonia, in the University of Fine Arts, and in 2012 in the Hungarian pavilion of the Venice Biennale, as part of the Hungarian exhibition, 7 of his sculptures were exhibited. Antal Kelle works in the spirit of dialogue between design and engineering scientists. Object formation is an unclosed process, and the participants of this process are modular, quite frequently self-teaching mechanical schemes. Well, in the meanwhile, I'll try to walk around, and my wife will help me in this as well, so that I could hold a really good presentation. In the beginning, no, let's not start from the beginning. You can see 2 photos. One is Mr. Kepes's The New Image of the World. It was actually also published in Hungary 20 years after the original publication. And on the left-hand side, that's an AR glasses. So it means that you can see through the environment, but in the internal layer of the glasses, you can see some computerized 3D graphics. Ars Electronics links. That's one of the most important European venues of technological and arts novelties, and this means philosophy, literature, fine arts, and related novelties and innovation. And here you can see that there is a central building. There would be a big festival held on an annual basis, and it receives quite many guests, but there is a constant building for mainly workshops and exhibitions. This shows how the recipients consider this. So here I try to actually summarize what I would talk about, and this will include art as technology, from the unique to the multiplication. There I will show you a lot of pictures and videos. On the right-hand side, you will see some kind of orientation guide to explain what it belongs to, because there will be intersections, then computer and digitalization, laser, hologram, 3D graphics. So I think you can see it more or less. And what will be interesting here is robotics, and in digitalization, you can consider two trends. One is digitalization in space or in plane, that is computer graphics. And when talking about robotics, and when you talk about mechanism in space, and mechanic drives the kinetic chain, and that leads to digitalization. Then in the middle you will see us and artificial emotion, because we can talk about artificial intelligence, and I think we've already lost in quite a lot of specific fields. And here the ethic question is if ever we can talk about a scheme that will not only implement something but can even enjoy it. Then we'll talk about institutions, and partly linked to Mr. Kepes, who had a book about community arts, and similarly Vasarely had a similar book. But how can we achieve this? And I will mainly focus on internet access. Then we'll talk about arts industry and about parallel presence, that is the unattended collaboration of past and present. I'm showing this to you not simply to go back to even later history, but what I mean to say here is that artistic manifestations have always been determined by technology, whether in plane or in space. So from the very beginning, it was not visual excitement, it was not a kind of fine arts related, but also a concentrated approach was taken, starting from various copper works arts and other wooden arts. Multiplication has always been an issue, and Vasarely actually reinforced this, because actually he used some grating techniques, and he also used some prepared mosaic labels. Then in digitalization, Vera Molnar is a very important personality, partly together with experts and with her own development. Back in the 1960s, she made some printed objects that she could already make in those times, and this could be multiplied otherwise. In Lehel's presentation, we heard several times about Mr. Schöffer, and in Schöffer's case, you can see the 21st century planned tower, when they thought that the Eiffel Tower would need to be destroyed, and instead in the Julie quarters of Paris, a light tower would need to be created, and actually this led to the foundation of cybernetics arts. So this meant that not only there are various light mirrors and sides, but Schöffer wanted to integrate the circulation of Paris by actually learning about statistics, data, about death, for instance, when there is a funeral, various light and other effects could be used. And from among the later works, Well, laser has various forms from the really complicated to the very simple use of laser. And what I prefer, what's really closer to me, is what is a kind of minimalist approach. So here in this work again, this is a minimalist approach. It's a message about the design of the bridge itself. Dénes Gábor's name was also mentioned in connection with hologram. This means a different kind of technical design. On the top, you can see a kind of monitor which is similar to the various branches of the fan, and then you will see various LED series of changeable colors, and as it actually rotates, there will be some vague designs, and since the fan rotation cannot be seen, it would actually create an aerial imitation in the space. This is also a quite well-known photo. That's when dancers' previous positions are compared, just like when, for example, a horse's movement is analyzed. So nowadays this can be analyzed through digitalization, and when this first appeared in the 2D form, that was the first, but now it can be actually manifested in space. Here we will see a film, which is, well, Festo, that's a technical company producing pneumatic systems, and it has a division on biological that is non-humanoid, but nature-driven or nature-copied aerial objects. So this actually definitely exceeds technical design, whether it's butterflies or these floating fishes that can really swim in water and can thus move in air. Now, one step. I'm sorry, I cannot hear it because of the sound of the movie. It's so... I cannot hear the speaker. I'm sorry, nothing can be heard of the speaker. So if you are talented in engineering, you should definitely feel how important this is and what harmony there is among the sensation and mechanism and steering. So there needed to be a very big harmony among them. Concerning robots, again, I'm sorry, the video is so high tone that it's very difficult to understand the speaker. So actually we see that the robot can actually win over us. Or another case, what I prefer here is that for specific movements, it's not a robot driven by 26 engines, but there is a specific design functionally for that specific purpose. And of course, there are some universal robots used for painting or along production lines or for teamwork.
Én is volt a második nemzetközi triennálé digitális a
The second international triennale at the Hungarian Electric Society is organized it, and there I exhibited a universal robot that
Botos Péter üvegszobraid, és ebből egy csodálatos
shed light on Péter Botos's sculptures, glass sculptures, and it results a nice game of light.
Hogy valóban mi a következő lépés.
And here I started thinking about what the next step could be. In the Vásárhelyi Museum there was a conference, and among other things, or among other people, László Mérő and Vilmos Csányi were having a conversation, and we tried to discuss
az
how
érzelmet
much it can
mesterséges
be
oldalról tekinteni. Az emberek
human, or
oldaláról is, tehát
in
mennyire
what
vagyunk
way we can see
képmutatóak,
emotion
vagy pedig
from
a technikai
an artificial point of
kreációk
view,
felől
whether
is.
we are natural or a bit
Néhány intézmény
artificial us ourselves as well.
18-ban
Some institutions in
tokiói
2018 in the Tokyo Mori
intézményben
University,
itt egy olyan fényjátékot láttok, ami közel
we
1000
created this
mozgatható
light
összhangba
sculpture that you can
fényszóróból
see in the
alakítanak
video.
ki fényszobrokat. Ez egy ilyen vállalkozásnak és kulturális
It was a
célból
great
indult egy
undertaking with a cultural
európai-ázsiai
goal,
alapítvány, amelynek
European Asian Foundation,
láttunk később képeket,
and
csak
later we
szeretnék
will
a
see some pictures
egy
of it.
filmet, ami
But
talán
first I'd
ismertebb
like
volt, és
to
ezt már
show you a
megelőzte, mert
film
azt
which
hiszem,
was
hogy
more well known. It's
12
maybe
éves már. A
10 or
BMW
12 years
múzeumban
old. In
kb.
the
600
BMW Museum, there are about
damillal
600
mozgatva mindegyik motor, és
tiny
az
balls which are
képletesen a
moved
síklemezből a különböző
on
prototípusoknak
strings,
a
and they
bemutatását
represent the
szolgáló
different
kinetikus
prototypes
munka.
kinetically.
És itt látjuk ebben
Here,
az ázsiai-európai
in this Asian-European
egyesség vagy
collaboration
Párizsban is létrehoztak.
in Paris, you could see that they realized a similar project, but we've seen a lot of these in Hungary as well, when 10, 20 or 100 projectors are used to project and this kind of a spatial installation with famous artists. And this third one was in Korea, where there is this waterfall, which is basically a digital imitation, actually, with a very nice sound effect as well. It's very imposing. And something that we are proud of is the Light Art Museum in Budapest. It's the first in its kind in the world. Last year, especially László Zsolt Bordos helped us creating it, and here we can see a piece that is a copy of one of Kepes's artworks. And the Ars Electronica Linz also made its place on this list, where I could exhibit in 2027 with a work called Cognition. We sped it up a little bit because it's very slow sometimes, and here you can see that this virtual parallelity of this can be followed on a mobile phone or on a touch screen, and you can move it with your hand.
Ami már kimondottan, mint grafikai elem született meg, ez az INS felület.
A graphic element is this INS surface, a 3D pixel, which is a triangle, but it's deformed to a positive and negative expansion. And each point has a different surface normality. You can have 90 or 60 degree angles, creating different spatial creations. Here is a part of a sphere. It has a very complicated surface because with this pixel, it's not enough to use these simple triangles. Part of this can be found in the Kepes institution. From the same INS surface, we created this quasi-surface, which means that these elements are placed on each other, and this is how you can see it from the side. And the smaller the pixels are, the more similar it is to a smooth surface. And the different Platon elements are created using this same ingredient. And if you look at different details, you get a very different atmosphere, more minimalistic, for example, in the cube in the previous slide. And here you can see some shadows, some shadow play, which will be exhibited in the Kepes Museum in Eger. If you can, you should visit it. And you can see it's geometrical and organic in some instances. And the next one is a kinetic customizable sculpture, and it's light and shadow play. Here is this light space and modulator. I'd like to speak very briefly about this next one. I'm sure that it's very two-directional. It has a say in the market of artworks, and also the other part of this parallel is that if it will exist as well, it doesn't exclude that some very special artworks can be owned by only one owner, but even non-owners can see it through the internet in the very same quality. In Balatonfüred, a new museum was opened, the MOMU, for which I created this kinetic work. It also has an AR aspect. There is also this interactive game possibility. Here you can see which element can be moved to the right, to the left, with different speed, and then you will see something like this. The platform is GeoGebra, which is a community website where you can see and try out these. This is a, let's say, classical sculpture of mine. It's the same thing, which can be adjusted, and in different positions looks very different. On my website, you can even follow the instructions and cut it out of paper and try it out yourself, and you can download some programs that help you print out a version of it. And also an online game is available.
Ezt többek között Szilasi Lajossal, aki itt szintén előadó és köztünk van, valósítottuk meg, amikor ezt hogyan lehet interneten kikapcsolni, bekapcsolni, forgatni, különböző.
And also in this one you can turn it on, off, you can change the direction, and you can just play around with it. In 2009, in the Museum of Fine Arts, these are a little bit bigger, 6-meter tall figures, where they were projected on the walls, for example, in this great hall, and you could move one or the other. And in this next clip, you can see them in movement, and this work was about trust, how much I can connect with people who are far from me, while there is a chance that it's not going to work out, that maybe one of them will not wave back to the other, but maybe show their bottom or just ignore them. But what I've noticed is that every fourth time the server of the computer intervened and gave the illusion that they are like a person. because they just copied the previous movement with a few moments of a delay. The next ones I call spatial visual models, what other people call sculptures, and you can see how you can open up this kinetic spatial visual model. And this picture is from the Venice Biennale, where it was exhibited. This is Teo Jensen's kinetic sculpture, which for me, it's all about this would be a video. The meticulous observation of things, understanding what they are, and it's not only at least as important, but even more important than always catching up with the newest technologies and using them. Parallelly, we need to do both of them. Here you can see different kinds of movements, taking little steps, etc. Trying to catch up with technology is only gives us only a few seconds of advantage. It's not determining. In the Schoffe collection, I had an exhibition 10 years ago where people's movements were recorded with a camera, and we converted it in different ways. And it was done among Schoffe's sculptures at the opening of the exhibition, so the movements of men and women were processed by the computer, and it changed these movements with some data. Nekiütközik üveglapon fényvisszaverő felületek, a fény megy tovább be a vízbe, ott belép, szögtörés. Here you can see how a glass surface reflects a light and through water. It's a very easy physical reaction and a very mysterious thing to see. A léleknek tulajdonképpen a kapcsolata. Itt részben interaktív is, de részben beprogramozva nagyon finom mozgásokat tud csinálni, majdnem egy ilyen sétáló formát, és a lengéseket, és a különböző dolgokat. Itt a virtuális This is a virtual reality adventure with these glasses. When I'm wearing it, I see these things and which are in front of me, but I can also intervene with the newest VR glasses. You can use your hands because it has a camera integrated in it. And also here I really like these kinds of easy light realizations. And there will be another short minute from my work called Chaos, something you can see in a glass, in a piece of glass in the Vasarely exhibition as well, in a cube. So basically, technology determines the creation of new branches of art. But we must not fear that things that already exist will disappear, such as photography did not kill painting, and the same goes with videos. And we should regard digitalization the same way. And sometimes something that is not 3D is imitated to be 3D, or with VR or AR you can see it in space. So all things will continue to exist with the new. virtual things, a virtual program can be stored on a small pen drive. So a virtual exhibition needs or has a very different possibility for disseminating information, and not to mention the service providers' tactics, but still it's a kind of community art in the sense that it's available for everyone. And when I talked about paper and digitalization earlier, yes, I'm just finishing up. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for your attention.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Lajos Szilasi. So Dr. Lajos Szilasi, mathematician, college docent. His research field is geometry, including projective geometry, the non-Euclidean geometry. Dr. Lajos Szilasi received his degree as a secondary school teacher in 1966 in mathematics and illustrative geometry in József Attila University. Actually, he got a doctorate degree in 1978 and PhD in 2006. There is a so-called Szilasi polyeder, which is linked to his name, and this is the only polyeder, in addition to tetraeder, where actually it's true that there is a common edge of any two faces. I would like to ask Dr. Lajos Szilasi to hold his presentation on visible and hidden symmetries, the Szilasi polyeder, and the experience of mathematics. So Szilasi Lajos's name was already mentioned in the presentation of Antal Kelle, so there will be some connection in between the two presentations. What would you need? Greetings and warm welcome to the audience. You can all see that I honored you by having a tie on, but if you don't mind, I'll try to get rid of it because it's more pleasant for me if I don't need to wear the tie. So, well then, this is the title that I used to make and provide a presentation. So initially, the experience of mathematics, or we can revise it, is our mathematics an excitement, an enjoyment? Well, we're all sitting on this bench and we're trying to deal with our impossible objects. This applies to me as well, and whether this is possible or impossible, that we will find out soon. So, let's start saying that let me show you some correlations. So standard toroid is something that is called standard parketing in plane. So you use a ordinary triangle or quadruple whereby you can actually parquet a plane, and when it's done, then you can cut out a rectangular shape. Then you actually roll it into a cylinder, and then you connect the two ends of the cylinder into a torus. And then you have the structure of this object, which will lead to polyeder. Well, you can see that there are practically three groups of the ordinary toroidal. That is there is one which is with three, which is where you get actually six edges running into a peak, and we also have others where we have four edges going into a single peak, and the third is three edges running into a corner. But the question is, can there be any similar polyeders with a different number of bodies? Or the other question is, how many different such bodies can exist? And within that, let's also go into the 3 and 6. So the peaks of that have six vertices, what the result of this. So the basis was a competition in mathematics for secondary school students, and the students had to confirm that tetrahedra is the only polyeder without any radius. But actually this exercise was so difficult that this is not true, because actually Ákos császár was a teacher in the university, and he found a polyeder which has only 7 vertices, and each vertex is actually connected along various edges with the other vertices. Then he tried to enlighten this, and I myself was really excited to see that there is a different structure, although the same topology, to create another type of polyeder. And then 1 year later, the biggest German geometer, with its 2 meters and 6 centimeters, proved that there are altogether 4 such variants. And so these are all the versions of the so-called császár polyeder. And then there came a question, what if such a polyeder of triangles has more than 6 vertices? Then will there be an edge to each of the vertex numbers? Yes, the answer was yes, there is something like that. But before that, the combinatory relation had to be checked. And here in this article, from 7 up to 30, the author of this article, determined how many non-isomorph versions there can be depending on the numbers. So this is shown in red. So if you have 9 vertices, then it's 2, and then you can read it accordingly from this list. And then here comes an even more essential question. The duals of these, do they exist? Well, the dual, just for you to understand, so that means that there is a mathematical relation, and that means that for each vertex it will identify as a face, and vice versa, that are actually linked. And the characteristic of the császár polyeder is that any 2 vertices are neighboring, then actually that would mean that any of the 2 faces are neighboring. So then it meant that first, let's see how many topologically different types there can be. And this means that in 1977, I could create this dual form of the császár polyeder. Please consider this year, because back in those times we wouldn't actually consider that a computer would be capable of making graphics on our screen, because then in those times we could only write characters. However, with some calculations and with some luck, I managed to actually create this. It wasn't as nice as this, but when you already have one copy or one object in your hand, then even with the fine-tuning, you can create a really attractive form. And then, not long later, we managed to find something with 9 and then 12 faces constructively. So we actually drill a cube with a prism and check what happens. Can this exist with 8 faces? First, there was a mathematician, Schröder, who found something like this, but everyone was quite disappointed about this because each face was neighboring in 2 points. So it means that they met in 2 edges. So instead of the Schröder polyeder, we had to find something else. And from then on, even if we're not at this speed, but we could actually start our development, meaning that various polyeders, and they could be linked to various numbers, and this led to a really nice collection of polyeders. This includes 2 polyeders that using another mathematical method. Actually, my American friend David Cowie actually found the 2 of these versions. Actually, I would have been unable to design this because he used a totally different mathematical principle. And if we were to have a little bit more time, because I wouldn't like to actually spare your time for too long. So some of the characteristics of these polyeders could be analyzed. Let's do so in this screen. And then we could raise questions like, how many faces a polyeder has that are identical or non-identical, or how many symmetrical axes there are, but these are all symmetrically symmetric, so they could be actually rotated by, let's say, 120 degrees. And then another curiosity, there is no exception to each of them having a right hand and the left hand side version, and they are so much concordant as to shoes, for instance. And then I can even show you a map showing you. Yeah, and I think you can see it now. So this shows how the combinatory types could be invented. For instance, we have the 7 face. Let's number them from 1 to 7. That would make the ordinary sextuple. And then let's continue. In the next number, you actually shift it somehow. And then if you have a face with number 1, then it will show the neighboring faces and the sequence of order. So it's 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, and so on. And you can follow the same scheme for 8 and 9 phased objects. So these maps had to be first analyzed to reach the invention of these polyeders. So, well then, let's see if we could actually arise further enthusiasm when in the 2008 to 10 period we could find these polyeders. So I use the word find these polyeders because contrary to artists whose conscious plan is actually implemented in a certain work of art, I didn't have any conscientious plan. The only thing I knew that is there must be something like that, but I don't know what it would look like. I don't know what it would be like. And one after the other, I saw a lot of similar examples. Then let's go on with the others. 13 face, 2 types, then the 14 face, 2 types, the 15 face, and then 4 variants. And out of them, There were two that I didn't, but Branko Wilbauer found them. He's a mathematician. So we can see that one after the other, we found these variants, and we managed to design such polyeders. Then again, there will be such some that don't belong to me, but I'm even prouder for them, because it means that from the perspective of others being interested in this, actually it proves that I was making relevant research. But of course, the most interesting would be to actually hold these in our hands. Well, once in my lifetime, I had to cut a ribbon. This was a town with 4,000 inhabitants, and Fermat was born there, and Fermat's house of birth is a mathematical museum, and the French decided that for secondary school students who learned iron work near Toulouse, they should make something really interesting for them, and they made this polyeder in such a big dimension, and it's still there in Fermat's house of birth. It's very interesting to cut such ribbons. It's like narcotics. I could get used to it, but well, this was the first and last occasion for me to cut such a ribbon. Well, then let's go on. Nobius rain, that's not a thing, but if it's made of copper and it's 3 meter tall, then it's the same. So here we have two variants which are 2 meter high. One is in Campari and the other one along the banks of Lake Michigan in the US. I'd say, well, it would be really interesting to have a look at such a big variant. And even more interesting was the following. So I've been showing you some models, but we found the metal variants of them, and these metal variants could be produced. Otto Schortz, mechanical technician, was the one to produce them, and then we organized an exhibition of them. The first exhibition was held in Szeged together with István Orosz, and the other one, the second one, was held in Győr. So I still believe that handheld mathematics are really exciting for those who are not in our profession. So even if I could show you anything which is even bigger than that, it wouldn't actually show off on the screen. It wouldn't be so spectacular and as having it in our hands. So then, there were two other exhibitions from the near past. So István Orosz said that plane is mine, space is yours. And then we really complemented each other because, yes, I think it's really very interesting and noteworthy and, well, thought-provocative for all. That we actually managed to actually come up with these types of objects. There were just 2 months in between the two exhibitions, and I'm convinced that there is no big exhibition and small exhibition. So from this perspective, there is not much difference in between Leeuwarden and Tiszafüred, and both were equally important for us. Is there any such seven-phase polyeder here in Hungary? Yes, since 2017 in Petőfi Secondary School in Bonyhád, it's been actually erected in the garden of the secondary school by the management of the school. And what's really important to note, this was actually implemented or produced by a gentleman who we could see in another photo and who is in a wheelchair. So the Tamás Bertalan actually started his career with the intention to become a sculptor, and he would have found it a really big honor to know that his name would be mentioned in MoMA room, and now we simply have to accept that he's a local sculptor and coin artist, gatekeeper and phone manager. So yes, he is the gatekeeper for the Bonyhád Secondary School. And when I first went there, and he told me that he could make this polyeder, I was really astonished to say, and I didn't really want to believe this. And then I thought that there is the chance of enforcement for everyone, and for him it was a really great thing to be permitted to make this sculpture. It's a really beautiful art. There are various fossils decorating the object, because actually when he was actually searching fossil, the sand mine actually fell, and that's why he got into a wheelchair. So now we are in the Symposium of Light. But where is light? Here is light. In this little girl's eye, actually, you can see this. It's also in his grandpa's hand and his father's smile. And I think that's worth thinking it over. Thank you very much for your very kind attention.
A szekció következő előadója dr. Nemcsics Ákos.
The next presenter is Dr. Ákos Nemcsics, painter, scientific researcher, and university professor, Doctor of Sciences. His research interests include light detecting and emitting devices from the visible to the terahertz range. Dr. Ákos Nemcsics, during his studies of color dynamics, studied from Tamás Konok and Csaba Becsei. He's a non-exhibiting artist whose scientific work is an inspiration for his visual art. He is the chairman of the Hungarian National Committee of the International Color Association under the auspices of the Hungarian Academy of Fine Arts. He is also a founding member of the HZK Artists Group and a member of the International Képes Society. So I would like to ask Dr. Ákos Nemcsics to give his lecture on the nature of beauty or the scientific approach to harmony. Welcome. So yesterday, I was still thinking that my presentation would be tomorrow, so you can maybe see that my presentation is not so perfect. But so you will see the slides in English, and I will be speaking in Hungarian. But I wanted to make the interpreter's life a bit easier. So I will be talking about the nature of the beauty or scientific approach to harmony. The first question is whether beauty is subjective or objective. Then I will talk about electromagnetic fields. Then I will talk about painting, art in general. And also the laws of nature. And I will talk about what they have in common. I will talk about some image research. Then I will talk about some objects in nature and how they are formed. This happens in a kind of a self-assembling process. Self-assembling and self-organization both mean the same thing, more or less, in English, but self-assembling is closer to aggregation, so I will use this terminology. Here, I will mention how we can not only observe self-assembling in nature, but also in engineering and artworks. The forming structures have two characteristics that I will highlight. One is scale, scale law, scale invariance, and symmetry and harmony, whether it's a condition for beauty, since you can find symmetry and the lack of symmetry in nature. My introduction and what also many people said before me has to include that nature is beautiful. As many people say, beauty is subjective. If it was so, there would not be art history and the science of it. There would not be museums, theaters, concert venues, and libraries, etc. In the case of nature sciences, the case is more exact, but alternative fake scientists go against these ideas. Relativizing nature is more, it is easier because I can say whether I like it or not. Here we can see the same natural object in a photo and on a painting by Miklós Barabás. Would it really not Would it really mean that there is nothing we can keep ourselves to? We always have almost the same perspective from the point of view of art. Time does not change the criteria for selecting artworks. It's unquestionable that some cave drawings are absolutely artistic. What's this absolute? That nature is beautiful, but copying it in itself is not art. Feeling the senses, understanding them, and picturing them following these principles is what makes them beautiful. In science, understanding is always examining events without distractions, such as the case of gravity, for example, or different physical phenomena. We can only determine laws of nature if we get rid of all kinds of disturbances. In art, when examining art, we should do something similar. If we want to find what is the gist of beauty and harmony. As an example, Marci has already mentioned Tamás Konok and Antal Nemzsis, my father. Here you can see two of the artworks. The first focuses on the pattern and the second on color harmony. So you can see these patterns in relation to each other. In this structure, it's much easier to define beauty and harmony in a more direct way compared to a more complicated picture with many shades and colors. My late professor Károly Simonyi is the author of A Cultural History of Physics, and he asked the following question to his students: what does the Maxwell equations and the Gothic cathedral have in common? He responded without waiting, it's beauty and harmony. Art and science need each other. Mathematics reflect beauty, and sometimes the laws of mathematics and making them plausible is written in the language of beauty. The author is convinced that beauty and harmony is somehow related to the laws of nature. A bit of an explanation for the Maxwell equations. You can see that the rotation of the electric space creates magnetic space with the electric engines, or if someone is not in the profession, maybe you know this, but the opposite is true. So the rotation of a magnetic space creates an electric space, which is a very beautiful symmetry. We will come back to this. But if we look at a Gothic cathedral, it's very beautiful and symmetric at a first glance. The creation of natural structures is done by self-assembling. Let's just think about the atoms that find their places in a structure that is crystals. Here you can see self-assembling 0, 1, or 2 dimensional structures. And this can be utilized in engineering as well. So crystals are not perfect, there are some dislocations, etc. And this imperfect structure allows us to create these quantum dots by self-assembling or self-alignment. So it does not only apply to nature, but we can use it in engineering as well. So we use it in engineering as well, especially if the size of structure does not prefer direct building, such as a quantum dot series that does not make it possible. So even some kind of a drawing that has a given purpose can be beautiful because it has a purpose. So purpose and self-assembling are related terms. When creating, the artist should always examine the self-assembling processes. Beauty and harmony are very complex. Examining nature, you can show complexity with two questions, that is size and symmetry or scale. So scale issues, two things coexist which seem to exclude each other, that is dependence and independence on scaling. Let's just think about different physical laws in scale dependence. For example, gravity. So gravitation keeps the planets on their tracks, so it's a very important force. And the van der Waals force is a very weak force, but if we change the scale, if we reduce the scale and stop thinking in a cosmic scale, for example, if we cook at home and we look at the small drops of water in the pot, then even this weaker force can keep them in their place. So it's very important to always consider a scale. And we will talk about its relevance in art. But we can see something very similar in biology as well. For example, the jump distance in relation to body weight of different animals compared to their size. But we can find the scale or size independent examples in the natural world as well. Here you can see a structured coastline, a cauliflower, and a lightning. Scale invariance It's linked to beauty as well. There are some objects that cannot be enlarged without any penalty, so to say. So in the technical life, in engineering, for example, in a building, we do not increase the size of the door if the building is larger. It has aesthetic and also, of course, practical reasons. So far, we've talked about how the artist understands intuitively the laws of patterns in nature. Let's see the opposite direction. Let's now see artworks and whether we can find these laws in them. Here I would like to mention that there are some researchers who try to find the secret of harmony and thus use the image processing to understand this phenomenon.
Well, there is quite a big assortment of these publications. So Vincent van Gogh's paintings are quite often used in this context, and not only because of his special brush technique. So here we use multifractal analysis and wavelet analysis. The first is rather local, and the other one is a scale independent method. And what's really very exciting is that the resulting properties are characteristic of the artist. So, for instance, a fantastically great copy or duplicate can be stated whether it is forged or original. For instance, the artist's various paintings can be analyzed in a diagram, and those diagrams will be much more typical than, for instance, a false duplicate. Well, symmetry is quite frequent in nature. Plants are quite often symmetric. Sometimes they have rotation symmetry, but also other types of symmetries can also exist. For animals, there is axis symmetry. The insects and the mammals generally are symmetric to the axis of their movement, but of course there are some exceptions to the rule. For instance, the snail and the crab. And crystals, well, the perfect crystal is symmetric, but even there, we can have some special things like in a multi-component crystal, the various planes will have different coverage, and natural crystal is full of defects. There are also twin crystals, or there can be dislocated crystals, twisted crystals. And actually, even human body is symmetric by the axis, and these symmetric works can be related back to interrelation between the creative force and the work of art. This is manifested in the world of crystal, but is symmetry eternal in nature? Not really. And from among the various examples, we can relate to electromagnetic effect, because the electromagnetic effect creates an electromagnetic space, and in the spirit of beauty, actually the later developed current was also developed. But you know, here comes the excitement. The priority of beauty is manifested in research science. But then here comes the negative point regarding the source of space. The basic difference is that there is monopole and dipole in one or the other case, and a lot of characteristics can lead to symmetry breaking. So the symmetry and the lack of symmetry are both coexistent in nature. So let's analyze the correlation of symmetry with visible beauty. So actually we believe that we are fully symmetric. Then make a photo which is made of your face, then actually cut it half, and then make two absolutely symmetrical photos by using the other part as copying, and then you will not find it so beautiful, or practically it can be even ugly. So perfect symmetry is not a precondition to beauty and harmony. What's more, it's against it. And bridges and other engineering schemes are generally bridges because they actually serve a certain function, but we can also serve optimal solution, and symmetry is not in the interest of optimal solution, because in general we need a dilatation joint in bridges, and that's generally not symmetric. Or in Gothic cathedrals, there are quite many unsymmetrical things. For instance, the rotating rosettes can be in the opposite direction, and a lot of others could be mentioned. And even in architecture, we can see an effort to break to perfect symmetry. Basically, the details of the seemingly symmetric buildings are not symmetric, and these buildings are believed to be nicer than the perfectly symmetric buildings. And finally, when we analyze science and nature, we can see beauty, harmony, the rules of structures and nature. But in nature, everything happens vice versa. The artist wants to create something which is really beautiful and symmetric, although he might not actually understand the rules of nature. So in other words, what we create structures that are believed to be nice from a natural point of view, and the beauty creators' work will represent the rules regarding these patterns. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ákos Nemcsics, for your presentation. And now, should I read it out? No, not by heart. Orosz Márton, art historian. Levente, do you need a password? No, no password. So thank you. So Orosz Márton, art historian. I would like to actually introduce his presentation and tell you a few words about Márton Orosz. He finished his studies in ELTE Arts History faculty in 2005, and in the same faculty he got a doctor's degree in 2014. To deepen his skills in printing, he participated in the tertiary level typography training of the University of Fine Arts. From 2005, he was an associate for the post-1800 collection of the Museum of Fine Arts, and there he founded the Photo and Media collection. From 2015, he's the director of Vasarely Museum. His research covers all the fields of media arts, from computer arts to animation film. In his doctoral thesis, he actually detected the sources of the art philosophy of George Kepes and the early phase of George Kepes's career. And let me also add, from 2023, he is the member of the International Kepes Society. Yes, because during the conference we plan to actually announce the new members of the society, and I believe, so I think that Márton Orosz is one of the most serious experts in light arts. And I would like to announce that this presentation will be about György Kepes and his light arts. And let me welcome the niece of the artist, Anna Kepes, who honored us with her presence here in the MoMA venue. And my presentation, well, this will be held in English, so if you are not so so good in English, then you are kindly recommended to use a interpretation set. So let me start with a quotation.
Seems to present the richest concrete and symbolic possibilities for the expression of the interdependence principle of the modern scientific urban industrial world. It is not a substance, it is an energy. Without boundaries, it molds, shapes, clarifies, and perceived, and bringing them to a vital coherence. This was a quote which was published in 1967 in one of György Kepes's writings on light art, in which he was aiming to term this art form as an independent medium. György Kepes's interest in light cannot be separated from his study of the psychophysics of vision. His attachment to Gestalt theory and the entropy aspect of art. By using an idea borrowed from the sciences, Kepes's argument was that artists have the task of achieving a certain level of equilibrium in the picture plane. He considered images as energy fields articulating our vision. Having said that, his first published book, the 1944 Language of Vision, focused on the application of optical laws in art. Now, if we would take the jacket of the first edition of Kepes's book, we would see that already in the mid-1940s, he was planning to write a second book, a second volume dedicated to light as a creative medium, as its title would have suggested. So basically, the subject of light, regarded as an idiosyncratic art form, dates back to the early years of Kepes's artistic career. And actually a much earlier point evidenced by a confession letter Kepes wrote retrospectively in the 1980s to the daughter of his compatriot László Moholy Nagy, to whom in 1930 joined to work as an assistant in Berlin. As Kepes suggests in this letter, a book on light art was already in the works in the 1930s, and I was able to dig up a further source. The book was scheduled to be included as part of the famous Bauhausbücher series as an independent volume. First would have been titled as Play with Light, then Light, a new medium of expression, and subsequently Light in Art and Architecture, that would have been published under the auspices of the German Bauhaus School that was closed down in 1933. Moholy and Kepes did both inhabit the role of the artist entrepreneur, and their life and work intersected for more than a decade long. However, their methodology and approach toward light as a medium stemmed from different roots. To fit their ideological and psychological framework into the context, it should be noted that language may also play a significant factor in their thinking, in their aesthetic approach to light. As we know it, both Kepes and Moholy was a Hungarian artist, and Hungarian was their mother tongue that pretty much defined their psychological relation to things. Actually, my reckoning is that there should be dedicated more studies to the relationship of science with certain languages to shed light on the verbal expression of certain optical phenomena that are invisible or difficult to describe. If we think about it, even the Doppler effect is built into the language. In physics, if we move closer to the source of a sound, we hear it higher, and if we move away from it, we hear it lower. Similar to that, in the Hungarian language, we have high vowels like E, I, Ö, U, and low vowels like A, O, and U. And when we talk about things that are close, we usually use high vowels as, ide, ebbe, erre, or in English, this way, into this, onto this. And when we talk about things away, we tend to use low vowels. You can have similar effects in the Western languages, but consider this. Take two consonants, STN, fill the spaces with high vowels, ISTEN, God getting closer to the light, or fill the spaces with low vowels, SATEN, Satan getting away from the light. Even the creation of the word starts to make sense. God said, let there be light. Light in Hungarian világ, and it literally means light, but also refers to the material world of the universe itself. So basically, according to the Hungarian language, God created the energy and the matter, the light and the earth and the whole universe with just one single word. These these opposite poles that light is the most capable tool to express was developed as a technique, a dynamic compositional system in György Kepes's art. Here I show you a few examples from his work to give you an idea about what I mean and what he actually meant about this concept. But going back to where we left off, the differences and the commonalities between the two light artists, László Moholy Nagy and György Kepes. I think they both agreed on the fact that the imaginative use of light has been neglected in art making. Moholy was even considering establishing an academy for the study of light. But while light was only a tool for Moholy, a substitution of the pigments of paint, with which he was hoping to extend the sensory experience, for Kepes, light played a much fundamental role. To him, it was understood as the begetter of vision, a countervailing face in a Gnostic recognition based on which humanity, especially after the devastation of the Second World War, for Kepes was something that, due to its pure, absolute, and clean nature and quality, was seen as being capable to restore the lacking balance, the harmony, the unity, the absent and misplaced integration of things. Consequently, Kepes termed light as the lost Eden of the eye, or in another place referred to it as the lost pageantry of nature. The science of light and its application to traditional art forms, such as paintings, shows us the ambivalence Kepes expressed about technology in a purely technological sense. Kepes' sensibility about light forms indicates his romantic approach toward the medium. A 1960 issue of the magazine Art in America included a detail of Kepes' painting titled Garden of Light on its cover. The theme of the issue was old and new romanticism, and included an article by Kepes describing his own projected kinetic light forms titled Creating with Light. For Kepes, light was a primordial ingredient for a new sensibility and ultimately the medium of a new civic art. So Kepes habitually used the term civic as the equivalent of public. The first concept Kepes developed to make light art a socially oriented democratic medium, something that everyone of us can access, share, or benefit from, was an idea of a museum dedicated to light. In the 1951 January issue of the Interior magazine, a monthly journal for design published in the US, Kepes came up with some utopian-looking sketches and gave the following explanation to them, quote, "I believe," said Kepes, "that it would be nice to have a building in which all facts connected with light and space could be demonstrated. This I would do not as an exhibition superimposed on an architectural framework, but as an architectural layout which itself is the exhibited material. The building includes a perspective tower and many distorted planes to illustrate the illusions of linear perspective, undulating walls, varied textures, and sculpture, all illuminated by changing colored light. Aside from its technical interests, such a building would probably remind both designers and laymen that seeing is a very entertaining process," unquote. In a broad sense, Kepes' aesthetic toward light art was connected to architecture in public space or in a civic environment, as Kepes termed it, and is based on the visual features of the cityscape during night. As one of evidence of his obsession, Kepes even started to build a comprehensive archive of photographs for the study of the urban nightscape. For example, in 1968, he asked his friend, the famous Chinese-American architect I.M. Pei, to get some pictures of his buildings that show them illuminated by artificial light. The architect's answer to Kepes was brief but quite informative. "Dear György," I'm quoting I.M. Pei here, "I have asked my office to go over our entire photo files to see if we have any photographs that might answer your description. Alas, there are none. As a result of your inquiry, I have now directed my office to be sure to record our buildings after dark," unquote. Kepes' study was part of a research he conducted for a work that aimed to serve as a compendium of his light art ideas in the urban space. This is the field that I usually term light-detecture, by combining the words light and architecture, an area where Kepes excelled as both a theoretician and as a designer. Architecture and light came to a synthesis in his work from early on, and this approach and interest are also manifested in some sources that made him considered as one of the forerunners of the new art form, architecture mapping. There is a note written in Hungarian by Kepes in 1937 in Chicago, accompanied by some drawings, one of them showing light sources directed on to our building's facade that we can see here in the middle of this slide, which includes the following texts. "An example of light transparencies of the big city, and also moving light creates spatial relationships." 30 years later, in 1968, Kepes produced the nightscape of the city, a programmable kinetic installation for the Milan Triennale in Italy. And in my opinion, this work could be also interpreted as a so-called mapping installation. This interpretation of the work also reflected Kepes' own vision. In an undated typescript in the Triennale archives, Kepes described his work displayed at the Palazzo dell'Arte as follows, quote, "The exhibition can be best described as a projected picture book. It gives a fleeting glimpse of the richness of our modern urban nightscapes, a common focus produced by accidental configurations of basically random individual efforts," unquote. The urban character of Kepes's study on modern light design was extended to many cybernetically programmed light works too, that he created later in the 1960s and early 1970s. One of the most known pieces that was exhibited several times was the Flame Orchard, that used the concept of synesthesia between light and sound and the idea of optical signals modulated by music. In the process to find out where the holes for the gas jets should be placed, Kepes used a visual system that based on the so-called Chladni figures, an 18th century technique that classified and emulated the various types of vibrations. The other work I would like to mention you would be best described as a participatory micro-blocks of a futuristic pedestrian sidewalk, and which Kepes designed for the 1970 exploration exhibition he curated at the Smithsonian Museum of American Art in Washington, D.C. Kepes's walkway, emitting a rainbow of colors, ran like a monumental bridge across the exhibition hall. In the sensor-based installation using polycarbonate tiles, fluorescent light behind polarized umbrellas changed the colors as the footsteps of the person walking or jumping on it created a light contour released by the force of the pressure. But Kepes's major work in the territory of light detecture was his KLM mural in New York, inaugurated in September 1959. This work was erected in Midtown Manhattan, next to the Rockefeller Center in the Dutch Airlines ticket office. Over 15 meters long and 6 meters high, Kepes's KLM mural was basically a gray aluminum screen with some 60,000 random perforations and larger cutouts, controlled by timing and switching devices that actuated the circuits. The purpose was to create a fluid, luminous pattern exhibiting random change and continuous transformation of color, intensity, and pattern. As an underlying design concept, he used the algorithm for the randomness of the pseudo-numerical symbol system QUIPU, which he had read about in a book written by the anthropologist Franz Boas. Kepes adapted this Boas's observation about the carpet weaving technique in the territories of the modern-day Peru, where the rule of maintaining a rhythmic interaction between a constant and an alternating pattern was used in the making of woven clothes, which survived from the pre-Inca civilization in the 5th century. So a pre-colonial period of 5th century digital art, basically. Kepes's design was not just a perfect rendering of the concept of light detecture, and also a contemporary reinterpretation of archaic design technique, but as the Canadian media philosopher Marshall McLuhan suggested, in Kepes's KLM mural, we witness the emergence of a previously unknown art form, the electronic landscape, as he put in his 1964 book, Understanding Media. I'm quoting Marshall McLuhan here. George Kepes has developed these aerial effects of the city at night as a new art form of landscape by light through rather than light on. His new electric landscapes have complete congruity with a TV image, which also exists by light through rather than by light on, unquote. Unfortunately, they didn't take into account when they produced and built a KLM mural at the end of the 1950s, due to the very primitive air conditioning equipment in use. So the enormous quantity of heat produced by this 60,000 light bulbs, light sources, was so high that the employees of the company suffered from the heat stroke during the summer. As a result, they first disconnected Kepes's mural from the power, and within a few years, it was completely dismantled and removed from the site. For Kepes, the KLM mural was probably the most notable piece he created by using the creative possibilities of light. But as a design principle, Kepes' aesthetic concept to use the environmental aspects of light kinetic systems actually dates back to 1947, when he was approached by the Sylvania Electric Company to prepare some proposals on the architectural role of illumination. Sylvania asked for a concept of integration of illumination with the total environment, to rethink the entire issue of light sources, bulbs and fixtures, and search for new technical solutions through which light will become a legitimate architectural element unified with structural units of walls, ceilings, and, if necessary, floors. Based on Kepes' comments, luminous wall panels, screens, and other prefabricated illumination elements would or could serve as essential light sources and could fulfill space, articulating and unifying structural functions. But Sylvania, misunderstanding or not thinking through the concept, was horrified by the artist's cost estimate. It was approximately $10,000 that time, and abandoned Kepes' design by the mid-1950s. The company finally completed only a mock-up of the experimental sculpture in 1961, constructed using soft green light from the so-called panelescence light sources on the vehicle dashboards, which could be reproduced from various angles. Taking all this into consideration, light became for Kepes the common denominator among architecture, design, photography, painting, and other electronic media. But Kepes' attempt to define light kineticism as an independent form of art first manifested in his 1965 Light as a Creative Medium exhibition at the Carpenter Center at Harvard University, where Kepes attempted to chronicle the genre as a cohesive movement from the antiquity into contemporary art across cultures, religions, scientific theories, and aesthetic conceptions. So these are a few records, a few photographs. Unfortunately, most of them are black and white, about the exhibition highlighting Kepes' curatorial concept. This is probably one of the few color slides I was able to find in the Harvard University archive. Most of these designs, most of these works were co-produced with Kepes' students at MIT Visual Fundamental course. In his so-called Light book, publication I already referred to you earlier, Kepes would have also situated light as an overarching concept, part of a wider universe. Kepes compiled images in folders, dossiers with various subjects, like aerial photographs, surfaces of water, especially the refraction of puddles and the tension between mirroring and non-mirroring surfaces, and he was interested in the encounter between light and the light-resisting matter, modulation, transmission, reflection, refraction, and transparency of light, structuredness of sharp and blurred shadows. However, Kepes possessed a remarkably expansive comprehension of light and luminokinetic media as an aesthetic tool. He categorized light art as encompassing a wide range of works that incorporated electronic components to produce light, including flashing bulbs, diodes, and computer-controlled systems. He was even preoccupied with establishing a typology for distinctive optical materials like refractive acrylic, which could generate tangible kinetic and luminous effect, or even simply simulate them through perceptual illusion. it can be assumed that Kepes's ambitious vision, the project's interdisciplinary nature, and his aspiration to encompass a comprehensive understanding of all forms of luminous media ultimately prevented its publication. Kepes has been working for a long time on the definite book on light art, a magnum opus, whose scale currently forbids it to get published. Noted the German kinetic artist Otto Pine in the beginning of the 1970s. And Otto Pine's notice is still valid today, 50 years later. Kepes's manuscripts that quite symbolically stuffed in old Kodak photographic paper boxes, accompanied with thousands of notes and photographs he wrote, recorded, and collected over the years and decades, and are still in the bowels of the archives, waiting for somebody to rediscover them. So this is the content that I could, or what I was able to reconstruct based on the structure of this palimpsest of manuscript sitting in the archives, the Stanford University Special Collection, which houses Kepes's papers. So I think to publish this posthumous work on light, and this is the bottom line of my talk today, would be an exceptionally overdue enterprise. Thank you very much for your attention.
Unfortunately, I don't know what the time is, but the next program will be lunch break, so everyone is welcome in the canteen. The next section, that is approaches technology as a tool, artist talks. So the invited artists will talk about their own works. And we will also have a roundtable discussion in the very end. So then the next presentation will start at 2:30. Zoltán Szegedi Maszák, media artist, will talk about his own works here in the very same room. So let's meet at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit a konferencia második szekciójában. A következő előadó Szegedi Maszák Zoltán magyarul fogja megtartani a prezentációját, az artist talkját, úgyhogy aki
Zoltán Szegedi
angolul
Maszák
kellene
will be
mondanom.
speaking in English.
So the next speaker of the conference will be Zoltán Szegedi Maszák, who will be presenting in Hungarian. So for those in the audience who doesn't master the Hungarian language, he or she has the option to just pick up a device, translating device with headphones. Tehát Szegedi Maszák Zoltán 1988 és 1992 között festőszakon végzett a Magyar Képzőművészeti Főiskolán, mesterei Nagy Gábor és Maurer Dóra voltak. 1992 és 94 között a Magyar Képzőművészeti Főiskola intermédia szakos hallgatója volt, 1992-től ugyanitt tanár. 1994 és 96 között számítógépes oktatást tartott a Magyar Iparművészeti Főiskolán a MOME elődjében, illetve az Eötvös Loránd Tudományegyetem posztgraduális videó és telekommunikációs szakán. 1996-tól a Soros Alapítvány C3 Kulturális és Kommunikációs Központ munkatársa, és 1997-től lett adjunktus a Magyar Képzőművészeti Főiskola intermédia tanszékén. Művészete ahhoz a tendenciához kapcsolódik, amelyet az úgynevezett új képfajtákkal, úgy fotó, a film, a videó, vagy a digitális technológia kísérletező, majd a kutatást, a tudományt és a művészetet egységben látó, illetve látható képzőművészek képviselnek Magyarországon. Elsősorban a digitális képalkotás terén végez innovatív munkát, amelynek eredményei részben internetes projektek, részben interaktív számítógépes installációk. Megkérem akkor
And now I'd like to ask
Zoltán, hogy tartsa
Zoltán
meg
to deliver his presentation.
Köszönöm szépen. Magyarul
Thank you very
fogok
much.
beszélni,
I will
az
be
összes
speaking in Hungarian,
angolul
but
lesz,
all
hogy
my
követhető
slides
legyen.
are in English, so it will be easy to
I will have
follow.
all my slides in English to make it more easy to follow my presentation. Amiről Marciék annak idején
What
kérték,
Marci
hogy beszéljek, az a
asked me
lentikuláris képalkotás.
to talk about is
Első ennek a
lenticular imaging,
lentikuláris képalkotásnak
and of that lenticular
saját
imaging
munkáim kapcsán
in the context
felfejtése
of
volt
my own work.
az a feladat, amivel
So
az
that was the
elmúlt napokban
task
megpróbáltam birkózni,
I've been
amikor
trying to,
ezt az
grapple
előadást
over the past few days when
És egyébként én is
composing my
meglepődtem, hogy
presentation,
mennyire,
and I myself was quite
sok művet
intrigued
csináltam, körülbelül
by the high number of works I've come up with between 2008 and 2018 when I, put an end to this story for good. And
nem az látszik a projektoron, ami
on the screen you don't actually see what I wanted to show you, but I'll take care of that in just a minute.
Igen, tehát itt látható néhány mű. Ezeket a műveket nagyon óvatosan fogom mutatni, ugyanis
I will be very
egész
careful
ezek
in
elérhetők a
showing you
weboldalamon,
these
mindig weboldalakat mutatok.
your works, because these are on the one hand available on my website, as I will be citing websites. On the other hand, these spatial lenticular images have the peculiarity that they are very difficult to reproduce more clearly. More precisely, they cannot be reproduced at all because these are spatial 3D images which change according to the position of the viewer.
Többet nem fogok akkor kapcsolódni, akkor végképp nem
Okay,
kevés
so I'll
művet
refrain
fogok
from
mutatni, mert
clicking, and I will be showing very few own works because this is, of restricted impact. So what I'm talking about can best be shown in the reproduction of the 17th century painting. This is a painting in which you see a king and a queen. Usually, reproductions are coupled with this version. So this is a picture which, looked at from one side, shows you one member of the couple, and looking at it from the other side, you see the other part of the couple, and it's quite telltale what you see when looking at it from the front. And this is one of the first images or pictures which can be a precursor of lenticular imaging. Obviously, we could talk at length about the cultural history of multi-vision images and pictures, but basically I thought I would start off with this early example of multi-vision pictures, because this shows one of the basics of lenticular imaging, namely that we see a number of images at the same time, which are all shown on the surface, of which the image intended is hidden through a kind of lens system, making it possible that you see two different pictures from two directions, and here you see perspective distortion. From the late 17th century, there have been multiple such pictures and paintings, not just of aristocrats depicting queens and kings, but also commedia dell'arte type of paintings, turning this into a substantial art form. And the fact that this became present in photography, well, that took a while. It was only at the late 19th century that the first works emerged. We're talking about 1896. This is the first publication of Auguste Berthier, who's basically described how you can use the same system used stereoscopically. What he discovered was basically the technology or the technique with the help of which you can separate the two images for the two different views. In 1898, this solution or technique was patented, used for raster animation, when there is this this striped raster moved in front of a picture, thereby moving the horse or the pony. And then in the early 20th century, the first patent comes into being. The so-called autostereoscopic imaging uses this. So when this kind of imaging can be viewed without any auxiliary or ancillary tools. So this is the kind of images that emerge, and this also shows the basics of this type. Eyes already describes that the different lenses, if you put a lot of them like a matrix or a series to resemble lenticular lens, so how then spatial information is transmitted, or the imaging of how the light hits the surface. Estanév's images are quite famous. He has made pictures precisely like the ones I did. There's a number of pictures from various viewing perspectives, And if you move these, then you get this kind of an animation. And if you look at it from a right distance, then all animated pictures become stereoscopic. So spatial and movement information are both depicted. These works are shown in major museums. This is an example for the impossibility to reproduce a picture like this. So you see here is the nice stripes, but this is a spatial animation. So there is a great deal of these. All of them use this kind of vertical space setting. Most of the mammals have eyes, 2 eyes that are horizontally along one line, but on different sides. So vertical lines help facilitate the stereoscopic effect. Something we should highlight is that these technologies, the lenticular and the micro lens imaging, should be viewed as analogous data compression systems, basically. And the fact that the data is about spatial information of light or movement-related information, as is the case for the woman, kissing, sending a kiss, is basically irrelevant. Then, between the 2 world wars, lots of these pictures came into being, and then Gabriel Lippmann provided an exact description of the phenomenon, and it's clearly visible. That lenticular, what Lippmann says is basically nothing lenticular but a sort of micro lens story, which is present in multiple instruments that we use, as well as in light technology applications. These can be purchased in the various projectors, cameras, and so on and so forth. The difference from lenticular lens, which I'm happy to distribute, because a lenticular lens is basically a juxtaposition of slices of glass, whereas these micro lenses are concentric lenses. This was easier to produce in Lippmann's time, however surprising these may sound. And the patent of the lenticular stereoscopic image belongs to Walter Rudolf Hess. In the top right corner, you see what this is about. This the cross-section of a tube or a cylinder. We're talking about half cylinders, as in the case of all flat lenses. The flat magnifiers worked on that principle, and the earliest glass-saving lenses, the Frunier from the late 18th century uses that principle, and it is from then on that its triumphant journey began of the lenticular imaging. This is a slide from 2010, when, together with our PhD students, we launched a research project. Gábor Áfrándék, Arsányi Imre Lepsényi, and Esther Szűcs were involved, and we also involved graduate students of intermediate faculty or department. And I will talk we will talk at greater length tomorrow. Suffice it to say that this is a 2010 project description, something that was presented somewhere abroad. So that's where this slide comes from, and it clearly describes what we've started doing here, and what areas or possibilities of application are. Directions where we thought to start research projects. At the bottom you see the various categories. One of the most intriguing ones of these, as I heard, there was a photogram workshop as part of this conference today or maybe yesterday. So these photograms created through the lenticular lens. So these are photograms that have a sort of a spatial effect. And the reason for that is that the space or the depth that you profundity that you perceive, which you don't perceive by looking at the screen, results from the fact that the set or a system of lenses uses not just the intensity, but also the angle of incidence is used to separate the light rays. So it sets spatial information, vector information. And I might again highlight that in the case of these systems, we're talking about analogous data condensation. On a photography plate, there's a kind of data visualization, so these are visually manifest there. But if you come to think of it, that we know the focus of a lenticular plate and we know the size of it, then using the luminosity data of a point, it's not particularly difficult to calculate the angle of incidence of the light beam. And to the extent, how much we're talking about data compression method or procedure here is highlighted by the fact that color photography and color filmmaking was heavily influenced by lenticular imaging. Even on a microscopic scale, this works when cylindrical surfaces are inserted into the film. And Kodak, with the product name Kodak Color, the 16mm film of 1928, which was the first standard of film developed for non-professional use as a raw material. This is how this worked. There are also a few films of 35 and 70 millimeters, turning them colorful in this way. This clearly shows the vertical lines, which are basically the fingerprints of these lenticular lenses. The process itself looked incredibly simple. There's a single lens. When we do a stereoscopic image, then again there is a single proper optic, and this lenticular lens is capable of registering these fine changes in the angle and direction of light, and thereby coming up with a stereo image. So it's very simple. Onto the celluloid surface inserted this lenticular, and there is a green and red and blue filter, and then this is projected, coming up with these colored films. This seemed like a very promising development around. This was only discontinued around the Second World War because it was somewhat cumbersome to project with this lenticular coating to project movies. So what Lippmann has come up with, namely this microlens or lenticular data compression method, is precisely what I am also using for my own work. And here we are talking about a data compression procedure. This is a more proper sort of reproduction of a photograph. I've come up with a large-scale, blow-ups of a few photographs because I find these special patterns quite beautiful. So these works are made on large-scale negative material. You don't really need to be particularly careful because this is sort of waste, studio waste. So the strange thing is that on these negatives, which were 5 by 7 or 8 by 10 inch negatives, and these negatives carry a staggering amount of information. Think of the microfiche onto which whole newspaper pages were photographed, and then just a few decades ago, that's how people read newspapers in the libraries. And think about it, if on a microfiche you could have whole newspaper pages, then how much information could be stored on such a page of negative? Now, among this information, in the horizontal direction, because of the vertical lenticular stripes, some of the visual information is basically marginally pushed to the side by the angle of incidence information, namely the information on which direction the light came from to the given point. As a result, this kind of composition, a pixel kind of thing you see here, is the result of the fact that
azt ugye elfoglalja a képi információ.
So vertically you see the visual image information, and the horizontal is this angle of incidence information. Here on this image, it's better shown where you see these pretty tools. There are circular type of nuts and bolts and screws, and you see what this means, this quite kind of asymmetrical resolution. We would think that this exists since digital rendering, but there is no computer involved here. This is 19th century chemical photography, nothing else. Now, the way we've used this technology is, well, some sort of homemade or handicraft technology. So what I've distributed shows that these lenses are not microscopic, but optically speaking, from an optical perspective, they're very high quality. And the process is such that you come up with a negative. But since there's a lot of information, that's the beauty of the analogous photograph, that you can do a great deal of different developments from the same negative because it's so tone rich. So you can basically surf among the data and the information, choosing where to expose. And then the positive image has to be equipped with the same lenticular optic. the images that I've not shown you really, but I may still, are examples of this microscopic, adjustment. There are some 100 lines per inch in these lenticular plates, so they have to be very finely aligned. But I purposefully misalign them, and that creates the phenomenon which can be detected if you take a close look. There is this strange kind of flashing, like on daguerreotypia. And the reason for that is that the lenticular plate, when it's on a print, then it behaves like an optical lens, the same as when it was used for photography. So the light emitted by the light fixtures of the space is emitted using the angle of incidence, and that results in the kind of flashing light. Let me show you quickly just some images, some examples for this. And here, black and white ones are the ones that carry the emphasis, because this explains what the whole story is about. But among my works, there are some computer-generated versions which are already colorful there. And these two used lenticular lenses, and there are these passe-partout holes, and these basically are the parallax barriers that further enhance the process, ensuring that if you walk in front of these images and use it not from the right distance, then these images reveal different details. So there is a kind of a waving motions, which, because of the raster, feels as if we were looking at the image through a fence.
And I'm getting to my conclusion slowly. I would like to quickly show you something else. Its importance in contemporary imaging. I brought you some examples which are not the freshest one, because I want to emphasize that it's been present for quite a time with automatic perspective-dependent images, pictures. It's a display with small, tiny holes and micro lenses, and without stereo glasses or anything, they become perspective dependent in space for the viewer. And this same technology is used in something which is very sensational even today, this litro photo camera. It's quite expensive, but you can buy it in the shop. It uses the same system. It can create a picture, and this is maybe not a very good example, but here you can see it better, and that on this picture you can focus on whatever you want. This is an earlier example from 2002. The same digital image, if you focus on the figure on the left, the one in the middle, or on the right, you create different images, which means that the picture is one possible data visualization, because the camera creates data, not a picture, and from that we can end up with these visual phenomena. This was the first commercial ray traced camera. Now we've come even further, and here we can see its setup. So that's all. Thank you. So our next speaker has worked as a painter, illustrator and photographer, Tamás Walicki. He was introduced to computer imaging in 1983. In 1992 he was an invited artist at the ZKM Institute of Visual Media, and later a member of the Institute's research team. Between 1993 and 97. He subsequently accepted a visiting professorship at the college in Saarbrücken, the HBK college, between 97 and 2002. He was selected as an invited artist by the Yama's University in Gifu, Japan in 1998-99. Between 2003 and 2005, he was a lecturer at the College of Mainz. From 2005 to 2010, he returned to Saarbrücken, and since September 2010, he has been a lecturer at the School of Creative Media, City University of Hong Kong. And now please listen to Tamás Walicki's presentation. Can you hear me? Okay.
I will not speak in English because it's an international symposium, and I guess most of the presentations are in English. So I would like to speak about my latest artworks a little bit and introduce myself. Thank you very much for the invitation to be able to be here, at least virtually, at least through the internet. And I will try to keep my 30 minutes as the length of my presentation. So I would like to start with 2019 with the Venice Biennale, because I was very lucky to represent Hungary in the Venice Biennale in 2019. Of course, this was a very important event to me. It was a great possibility. I'm very lucky that I could achieve this. And I took the Venice Biennale as a result of several years of research and work. And it was a great possibility to show it to such a large and professional audience. So these are the images of the Venice Biennale exhibition. As you can see, I exhibited large, very high resolution still images, computer generated images as light boxes. And also I exhibited animations on the wall. The whole material was called Imaginary Cameras. This is the Imaginary Cameras series. In the middle of the exhibition, it was an interactive installation, and really the whole exhibition was a great possibility for me, because it was really a pleasure to work with the curator, Zsuzsa Szegedy-Maszák, and also to work with Zoltán Szegedy-Maszák and Márton Fernézei on this interactive installation, and of course with the Ludwig Museum team, who helped me to install and exhibit all of these materials. I would like to show you the original introduction, which I made especially for this exhibition, because this is quite a short introduction, but it tells quite well that what are these imaginary cameras are. So let me just show you this. Imaginary cameras series consists of 23 images and 4 animations. These instruments don't exist in reality. I invented them. I visualized them with the help of 3D computer graphic technology. I tried to design these cameras on a way that they should function. But from the other side, I wanted to make these graphics and animations as artworks. It was a very interesting challenge to balance between functionality and aesthetic. There had been always alternative directions, parallel, different directions of camera design. But these directions somehow didn't fit to the expectation of our culture, and therefore they disappeared. In fact, I know the language of cameras because it's also it's a separated language. You know, these f-stops and the focal lengths and depths of field. As a new media artist, I'm very much interested in these cameras and the possible alternative ways of these cameras as the roots of new media art. Every of these cameras are really my design, my invention, even if I knew that, for example, glass plate cameras, they worked, they existed. But I never seen a glass plate camera, I never worked with it, so I tried to reinvent the glass plate camera. And then there are such cameras which, in my best knowledge, never existed. When I made the animation, I tried to show with some of the cameras that these cameras are in fact 3D objects, 3D virtual objects, and I tried to show them from every point of view. The 2D images were the first, and then I made 3D animation of some of the images. This was a very important question to me, how we see the world, how we make visual record of the world. And these cameras shows different alternative possibilities of image making. So this video was made with George Palos and Adam Cornell. And what we did, we used several different video cameras, and then they recorded very different kind of images in resolution and size and color correction, and then we edited this video from these different cameras' point of view. Here are some examples of these cameras. I would like to show this first because this is the image what was selected by Márton Orosz into the exhibition of the Vasarely Museum, which is connected to this symposium. This is called a spiral flipbook camera. This is a camera which records images on photosensitive papers, and since these papers are fixed in a spiral format, therefore it can record a longer video, a longer film, or more frames. Or here it is another camera. This one, this is the mirror camera. I use this based on the original plans of Alexander Volkot, who invented the mirror camera. This camera uses a mirror to make the the photography, to make the image instead of lenses. So this camera doesn't have lenses, it only has a mirror. And this is how it generates image. It was a very interesting camera, but it disappeared because it didn't fit to the direction of the development. My invention is that I made a film camera out of it, so I'm using several images where the camera can record, let's say, a short film or a short animation. And this is an example for such an animation where I show that these virtual cameras, these imaginary cameras, are actually 3D objects. They are not just 2D graphics, but really 3D objects, and we can watch them from every point of view. I made such an animation of some of these cameras, and I also exhibited them together with the still images. Since these imaginary camera series was really a result of my long research and work in the field of new media art, some of these images has a direct connection to earlier works of mine. For example, there is this graphic which is called glass plate viewer. It's a very simple device. I saw that with this device, anybody can watch a film recorded on a glass plate. Again, glass plate recorders and players were existing, but they disappeared from the history of camera making. So I just made my own glass plate viewer where somebody can watch into this little viewer and can see the film, and the frames of the film, the frames of the animation is recorded on this glass plate. And when I made the 3D model of this glass plate viewer, I thought that, okay, I should put some images here from a real film to show to the people that how I imagine that this machine will work. And when I did this, I thought, okay, I should put the first few seconds of my earliest animation, what I ever did. So I put images of this animation called Biggie and Boggy. This animation was made around 1968 when I was 9 years old. And, you know, I was really interested in animation. I wanted to be the new Walt Disney or something like this. I wanted to copy those animations which I've seen in television. And I was very lucky guy because when my father saw that I'm interested in animation, he bought me an 8mm film camera and 2 lights and a tripod. And then I could learn how to make animation by myself because my mother bought me a very good book. It was the book of the amateur filmmaker by Vásárhelyi. And that book started to be my Bible in my childhood. And I learned, you know, all these f-stops and film speeds and development and all of these things from this book. As you can see, as a 9-year-old boy, I was not, you know, professional. Sometimes the image is not sharp enough, it's not in focus. But anyhow, this was my very first animation, and of course it means a lot to me. I'm very happy it didn't disappear. I could make a video copy of it, and I put some images of this animation into the 3D design of this imaginary camera, this glass plate viewer. I don't know. Yes, so to not to this one. Sorry. Yeah, to this glass plate viewer. I make this. It's a little bit larger that I could see better what's on it. Here it is another example. This graphic is called Flipbook Camera Lucida. Maybe several of you knows that Camera Lucida was a device invented for painters, graphic artists. The idea was that with the help of this prism, you can see the landscape in front of you, or actually any object in front of you in reality. And you can see at the same time the paper on the table. So in fact, you can outline what you see in reality. So I thought that I can combine this device with a flipbook player. And when somebody starts to rotate this arm, then this animation will be played. And this animation will be merged with reality. So if anybody looks into this prism through this little hole, then he or she will see a combined image of animation and reality. And these frames, what I put here, again, was an early work of mine, which I would like to show you now. This was called Central Shutter. And this was one of my first computer animation. I made this with Atari ST computer when I worked in a Hungarian game designer company or game production company, computer game production company, the Caesar Studio. And, you know, my idea was that at that time, the Atari ST computer had 0.5 megabyte memory. And I thought that if I make such a little animation, these 10 frames fulfill the memory of the Atari ST computer, and then the computer cannot do anything else. You cannot, you know, calculate with it, you cannot write with it. The computer, it's changed into an art machine, yeah, which shows this mobile, I call them computer mobiles, and it will just show this animation ever and ever. And my dream was that instead of exhibiting paintings or photography on the wall, I wanted to exhibit, I don't know, a dozen of Atari computers, and every computer shows a different mobile. I could not fulfill my dream at that time, but later, several years later, yes, I could do it also in Paris and in Germany. And as you can see, my idea was that Central Shutter is a device of some photo cameras, and when the shutter opens, the light should come in. But I put my face onto the parts of this shutter, and when it opens, it doesn't come in any light. We just see black, and when it closes, you can see my face. My idea was that the computer does not see the world, but I can generate, you know, visions with it. But as you can see with this graphic, which I made much later, here I changed my mind and I thought, okay, let's mix this computer vision into reality. So reality started to be again important to me. This is another graphic from the imaginary camera series. It's called Camera for Abstract Film, and perhaps it's a good example to understand that this series has a certain way of irony and humor. I mean, this camera cannot record anything else, just changing lights. It cannot record frames, and therefore it will record just an abstract, you know, representation of reality. I also would like to show you that this whole series, this imaginary camera series, has a quite close connection to this much earlier work in 1989. It was my first computer graphic series. It's called Machines. And I tried to imagine everyday equipments which we use and which we can find around us. I tried to imagine that how I would build them by myself, because most of the time I just don't know how they really work, you know. So with the help of the 3D computer technology, I try to find out my own way, that how can I design a sewing machine, for example, or how can I design an automobile, for example, or how can I design a gramophone, right? So, and then I really try to imagine that how this whole thing will work, if I move this metal, then the two arms will rotate and the whole thing start to spin around, and this pin will move up and down, generating some kind of noise with this. Anyhow, this was as you can see, the style and even the main idea is quite similar to the imaginary cameras. Here I just try to imagine imaginary objects. And I was very lucky again, because in 1989, this gramophone, won the Ars Electronica, the Pre-Ars Electronica Festival main prize, the Golden Nika prize, which was, of course, very important for me and was my first big prize. And it really changed a lot my life and my career. And in 2019, the Pre-Ars Electronica Festival asked all the winners, all the previous winners, to take photos of their Golden Nika statue and send them to the festival as a kind of remembrance or memory of how people keep this Golden Nika at home, or how does it look like. And I made this photo for Pre-Ars Electronica Festival. I put the Golden Nika, which I get on 1989, next to the catalog of the Venice Biennale, which was in 2019. Because for me, first of all, these two things are very important, big milestones in my artistic career, but also because there are 30 years between these two dates. And during these 30 years, the whole environment has been changed for the new media art. First of all, in 89, it was called computer art. I was called computer artist. At that time, Ars Electronica Festival was a minor festival, and the whole computer artist or computer art community was a relatively small community. And curators, art historians, artists even didn't take serious this whole art form. And even ourselves, at least I myself, I saw that I'm doing something different. I never thought that I will be really connected to galleries and museums. I thought that this is something very different, something new with different communication channels. And then 30 years later, the whole thing is changed. Computer art is not a new thing anymore. It's even not called computer art, it's called new media art. And new media art is an accepted art form together with the classic art forms. And I can exhibit my new media artworks together with painters and sculptors and installations and performers and so on and so on. So for me, this was really two important dates in this whole process. The imaginary cameras then, of course, were
A
exhibited in several
képzeletbeli
places.
kamerákat, imaginary kamerát több helyen kiállított.
Then this is in 2022, an exhibition in Japan, in the Tokyo Photographic Art Museum, where they also showed all the graphics and the animations. And then in 2023, this year, it was shown in the Kunstmuseum Bonn in Germany, again, the graphics and the animations, and also in several other places. So actually this series was quite important to me and also quite successful. Since 2019, so after the imaginary camera series and after the Venice Biennale, I started to work on different animations, and and during the last 3 years, I produced 7 new computer animations. I would like to introduce you just 2 of them as an example that what I'm doing nowadays. In 2020, I made this animation called Puppet and Gravity. Let me just show you a part of it. So this animation is a computer simulation. I like very much computer simulation as a special form of computer animation, because in a computer animation, usually the animator decides every frame and controls every frame. But with the simulation, it's different. With the simulation, I define the environment, I define the parameters, and then let the computer do the simulation. And the result is a surprise even for myself. In this case, I modeled this 3D humanoid puppet. I designed the skeleton into this puppet. I designed the limitations of the joints and the bones, and then the gravity, of course, then the tension of the muscle tension of the puppet, the surface, also the surface of this metal box which rotates around. And then when I defined all these parameters, then I just asked the computer to rotate randomly this metal box. And then this poor puppet has to, follow what the metal box does. It's a kind of torture what happens here. And then it just goes on and on and on, and this puppet, just bumps into these metal walls and has to, follow whatever this metal box does. This animation is for me the next step in a series of such animations when I try to use computer simulation for computer animation. So let me just show you an earlier work. It was called Marionettes, and this work was also made on the same way, but this was 2-dimensional simulation. It was made in 2007, and in 2007, this kind of simulation was so complicated that even a very fast computer could only do it frame by frame and quite slowly. So the idea of this animation was that I designed these marionette characters. These are 2D marionette puppets. And the marionette puppets usually controlled by strings. But my idea was that what happens if the strings disappears, when there are no strings anymore. So this whole animation is just about the collapsing, how these puppets are collapsing. And this is simulation. As I told you, even with really fast computers, it took me long time to make the simulation. And it was really fascinating to sit in the studio in nighttime and watch frame by frame that how these puppets collapses and fall down. And these kind of simulations are important to me because I think that, of course, this is just strict mathematical calculations. And still, we are humans. When we see the collapsing of these puppets, we cannot help feeling some kind of emotion, some kind of tragic situation here. Okay. And then another new animation of mine, which I made in 2022, it's called Self-Portrait with Food. I live in Hong Kong since 13 years, and in Hong Kong, food is perhaps the most important and most enjoyable thing. I mean, everybody loves food. There are fantastic restaurants everywhere, and people are so like food that when they go to a restaurant and they got their food, the first thing is that they take a photo of it with their mobile phone and then they share it with their friends. So this was the starting, this was the inspiration of this work. And I asked one of my ex-students, who is a photographer, to give me her food photos. So she sent me about, I don't know, 300 food photographs. And then I selected those ones which I like, and then I made metamorphoses between them. And then I put my face in front of it and used this line metamorphoses, because even if these foods are fantastic and very, tasty, me as a Westerner, several times I cannot enjoy them. It's something very different, and my stomach doesn't get used to this food. So I'm sort of, just with this food, I can feel exactly how much I'm different, how much I'm really a outsider in this culture. So this is the food, the self-portrait with food. If I may make some little advertisement, in December, I will exhibit these 7 new animations and 11 graphics at the Ani Molnár Gallery in Budapest. These are the 3D plans of the exhibition. And of course, if any of you are interested in, you are welcome. It will be in December. I'm not sure when the exact day of the opening. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you very much.
Köszönjük szépen. A következő előadónk egy hölgy.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is a lady from Lodz.
A lengyel fényművészről, Karolina Halatekről van szó.
It's the Polish light artist Karolina Halatek, who graduated in design for performance at the University of in London, and studied at the University of der Künste in Berlin and the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, where she furthered her knowledge of visual media arts. He participated in the workshop at the Institute für Raumexperimente in Berlin, led by Olafur Eliasson. Among her residency programs in which she participated or was invited as a fellow, the project New Networks 6, in collaboration with Academy Schloss stands out. She participated in the Kulturregion Stuttgart's Light Art Festival Ausstiege. Her video work, Scanner Room, was broadcasted into the space by the Mona Foma Festival, and in 2021, her installation Beacon, commissioned by the Noor Riyadh Festival in Saudi Arabia, broke the Guinness World Record for the largest LED structure. So please welcome Karolina Halatek.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank all organizers for inviting me here. I'm very glad for your presence and your time. here at the symposium. Martin introduced me in Hungarian, so yes, I understood something. I can say that, yes, my background, I would not say it's in design for performance or in design or, you know, stage design. Actually, it's in fine arts. But when I had to make a decision of applying my visual skills into more practical way, then I decided to combine my interest in light, because I already had an interest in light art when I was a teenager. It's from my photographic background of my family that is in photography and film. So I realized that there is a big gap between performer, stage, and the audience. So I was eager to cross these barriers and actually propose the live experience that combines the active, like underlines the active role of the viewer, and when the viewer can actually become a participant in what he's seeing. So very early, I will start from my very early work, which was actually my diploma at the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw. Before I studied in London and then Berlin and then Warsaw, but it was my final degree, a master's degree diploma. I will jump to the video. So here you can see an installation that is kinetic. The video is quite old-fashioned. Can we switch off those lights, maybe, possibly, or no? Those lights, can we switch off for the video? Oh, thank you very much. So the video is quite old and the quality is, you know, quite rough. However, it's an installation that actually the room is built especially for the installation. The engine is above the ceiling, and this is it's for a reason that I wanted to underline this shadow. But to create that work, I was inspired by photon. So I had this fascination about physics and the nature of light. Is it like a particle or is it a wave? Oh, sorry, I will maybe show it again. So then the nature of what light is, in a very essence, I thought that I have to create, if I want to create a light installation, it should be kinetic. But then you can see a kinetic work, but it's in the same time constant, in a constant movement. And I also wanted to relate to time perception, because in this space you have it also the light reveals the nature of time on a different level. The time is now, but it keeps going. So this work has this aspect of it's time-based and light-based at the same time. And as I wanted to let people in the environment that is kind of shadowless, people who decided to go, because I wanted also to have this option for people to choose if they want to participate or if they want to be a viewer, and then decide on their own if they want to participate, if they want to move forward into the artwork. So the experience was kind of voluntary. First was the experience in the room, that you could shift your perception by learning what's real, what's unreal, what is the shadow actually real. Some people thought that it's a glass wall that will hit them. So maybe on the pictures you don't see that clearly, but inside the room, it was the division between what's actually light and where is the source of light and what's not if the shadow is material, that was quite diffused. So the first part of the experience was to just adjust to the room, adjust the perception to the room, and then if there would be like willingness to go inside, there was a possibility to actually be inside the work and have this perception of the participant. And inside the work, where the perception actually shifts and is very like reversed, then it's like an exercise of what reality could be and how we perceive reality. So those very abstract, I mean, I will go forward to next work, in very abstract spaces, I would say there is this process going on. Maybe a light could go down. This process of like being in a laboratory of perception, where you are placed in very different environment that you can question. So in that artwork, it's called Scanner Room. The only reference to what's real or what's actually only visual reference was the light. You couldn't see the floor, you couldn't see the ceiling, you couldn't see even the walls, because the fog was very thick. You couldn't see people inside. As you can see now, the light goes through the people, but the only possibility to see the people was when the light was going through. So the process of scanning, again, it can be understood on a few different levels. One level is that, you know, like introspection. Introspection in the sense that it's something that is like gaining a self-knowledge of who we are, or more like maybe from the outside, that kind of experience when we are checked, like we are scanned like luggage, or, you know, or like we are just technologically scanned, or, you know, kind of creating a kind of a Röntgen of a body. And then what, again, it's present in this work is that monotonous movement. So you can see that the light is moving on a very regular, has a very regular pace, and it can bring this contemplative element and aspect to the work, that you can kind of lose a sense of time, or the time is more based on what's actually happening in the work, that cuts out the perception of time that is in normal environment, that is variable, where you have plenty of elements that move in own speed, and you can only decide where to focus. In these artworks, in those spaces, the focus is kind of more singular and more directed towards very specific experience. But again, it can be very independently observed, or it can be very personal, and the type of experience, it's obviously depends on the individual. So moving forward, I could show maybe the work called Valley, which also deals with perception. I created this very thin passage. Actually, I would like to welcome my assistant, my partner, Lavinia, who curated the exhibition for the first time of the work Valley. She's with us today. And this work is from Belgium. So I first showed Valley installation in Leipzig, which Lavinia curated, and the second artwork was made in Louvain in Belgium. So as you can see, I created this space that is very, very narrow, and what you see later, you're getting into this very narrow space, but then the perception in the space actually shifts. It can feel quite uncomfortable to go into some narrow space. However, with the light, the walls are emitting light, but the floor and the ceiling is not giving light. So just the walls. But because of the intensity of the light and the color, there is this very interesting, which I would say quite objective experience, that the space suddenly becomes very wide, and it becomes very vast, and it's a trick of our perception, that of human perception, that white is widening, but then you have this very kind of very sensual sense of light, of the feeling of being present in the light. So the intensity of light creates also the situation that what is outside of the installation becomes very irrelevant and very dark. The visual accommodation of the site creates the effect that actually it becomes so dark, it's almost like pitch black what's outside. And it seems like you're popping into some sort of like a white hole, and then you don't know where you are. You're suddenly in a very different reality, just stepping like 1 meter or one step into the installation. So yeah, this is the view from, yes, you can see it looks quite regular. You have a space, just a white space, but you don't know how your body and how your actually how psychologically you will experience it. And even myself, even prototyping an experience, I can just assume what the experience, how the experience will be, what it will be felt like, how it will feel. But it's actually a mystery until it's happening. So it's a very it's a very experimental process, because it has to do with prototyping. I will show you maybe, because I want to move to another few works. So maybe I just go to Beacon, which got this, which was not intended, but actually it became a Guinness record, largest LED installation in the world in 2021. Why I'm saying it's a prototype, because I can imagine the experience, I can prototype the experience, but actually making those installations is like a process of designing a new object, or designing like a new machine, nearly. It looks it's very simplified, and this is my actually goal, to create as simple works as like to concentrate on the essence of what the light is, what the light experience is. However, the complexity of production of such installations, actually each installation is very they differ from one to another in quite dramatic ways. Even use of LED, because mostly I use LEDs, it's still a big adventure for engineers to put these elements together to create these objects. I would say light sculptures, light installations, structures. As you can see here, you have a base, but inside the base, there are three fog machines. So, and they distribute the fog until to the top of the installation. So it's 600 of LEDs, 600 profiles, and about 1,500 meters. So, like 1.5 kilometers of LEDs. But it was 24 volts, so it was not that energy consuming as it could be. And I would like to show you a video, because maybe video would create this maybe more, or get this experience more closely to their real life. So it's a very, just like a mobile phone documentation. As you can see, people are queuing. People are queuing, quite a long queue, groove to that installation. The lights in the park were all switched off, so the only source of light is the installation. And the sound is coming from the mosque. So because mosque was very nearby, it was a historical center of Riyadh, city center of Riyadh. And now you can see the fog moving. It's live. So actually people could stay theoretically how long they wanted, but because of the queue there was a pressure. I never put a limit of time when people want to be in the installation, because I feel like it has to be very personal, it has to go with a personal speed and pace of seeing the work. And I use white light, which for many reasons actually, but as you can see, those kind of white out spaces are not to project any ideas like on the people. It's more like a reverse process that maybe I will show you the video from the production. It's very short, but you can see part of the production process. I mean, one of. So what I really care about, that I want people to unlearn or decode themselves. So these white spaces, they allow people to think for their. Everyone is welcome to feel and think whatever they feel, not to impose my ideas or create artistic views on others, but rather reconnect with yourself and reset or have a chance to get in tune with yourself, to access your own creativity and own type of intuition and inner voice. And often people ask me why there is no sound in those installations. But I put the emphasis on silence because I believe that this is silence is actually something that we are more and more. It's more like a luxury nowadays. So I want to jump into the second part of my presentation, which will show you the another layer of my like philosophy behind the works. Yeah, I'm doing a PhD at the moment at the Krakow Academy of Fine Arts. And my interest is in the visions of people who had near-death experience, the visions of light. I found that it's very fascinating. Oh, how can I move this? The next page. Oh, okay. But why it's not in the middle? Okay, maybe like this. Okay, so I got fascinated by the testimonies of people who had near-death experience, because I don't treat light as just as a, scientific phenomena or biological phenomena. I'm fascinated by all aspects of light as a phenomenon, and the depth of actually this phenomenon. And I came across this is a New Zealander. I forgot his name. He was Ian McCormack. Ian McCormack was in his 20s, and he was diving in the Indian Ocean, and he was touched by jellyfish like 4 times, the most dangerous jellyfish in the Indian Ocean, and he's supposed to be dead after first hit of this jellyfish. He got 4, and he clinically died. He was announced dead, and he woke up in the morgue. And he had a vision of light, which was extraordinary, extremely fascinating. And now I want to go to the next image. Maybe I should minimalize that. 3-4 minutes, okay. So I will move very fast. One characteristic aspect of people who had near-death experience is like leaving the body, out-of-body experience, OBE, but majority of almost 100% of the people who had near-death experience, the first thing they see the body they see themselves, they see the body from above. This is like the drawing from William Blake, the soul hovering over the body. So as I have only 3 minutes, I will just show you Hieronymus Bosch. This is the polymph called Hereafter. Beginning of 1490. You can see here that Hieronymus Bosch, part of his painting, he painted the tunnel of light, but actually the light is in the end of the tunnel, and it's called Ascents of the Blessed. So the angels take the body to the light. There is in Louisiana, there is a Near-Death Experience Research Foundation, and it's very open access research website where it's a worldwide archive of people from all around the world who submitted their near-death experience, and I took it as a source. And I took out most characteristics. I went through hundreds of them, and I came out with some of the most characteristic elements. So about light perception and the time perception. So one of the light is, it was super intense. It's a quote from the person who had a near-death experience. It was super intense, but strangely was not difficult to look through. Everything seemed to have much more vivid colors. It was an extreme tunnel shape of bright light, but not defined tunnel. The whitest, brightest light that was love and knowledge. it used to send thoughts into me, which then formed images, but not before my eyes, but in my mind. I was one with the light. There was only this light without any notion of time and space. There was extreme peace when I get to the light. It was like you became part of it. Light was the only thing that mattered at all. Experience was definitely real, and so on and so on. So here you can see the first, my right-hand side is about light perception and about time perception. And then I created the installation. It was an accompanying exhibition to the installation I made in Stuttgart. It's called Terminal, and I designed it based on those testimonies. So people could go in and stay in the installation as long as they wanted. And the end is the same as the beginning. As in this experience, there is no notion of time. It's kind of the sense of timelessness. So the beginning and the end, the entrance or the exit of the installation is the same. And the light is diffused, so it's like you don't really see where the source of light, like in that experience. And I made it round. It was very challenging how to create like a round tunnel. But with the German, especially in the area of Stuttgart, there were technicians who managed to create such shape. Because the wholeness, a sense of peace in the experience, you know, I could not imagine that it would be like a square installation. So I go down, and the last thing, I have some images from the production part. So you can, everything is on my website as well, so you can see that. And I made some drawings about terminal travel, or light travel, time travel. So this is my last image, and I thank you.
Our next speaker will be Carlo Bernardini. You will be able to see one of his works in the Luminoteca exhibition, which will be opened soon. Carlo Bernardini was born in Viterbo, graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts in Rome in 1987. In 1997, he wrote a theoretical essay entitled The Division of the Visual Unity, published by Stampa Alternativa as a book. In 2000 and 2005, he was awarded the Pollock Krasner Foundation Artist Fellowship in New York, and in 2002, the Targetti Art Light Collection's White Sculpture Prize in 1996. Since 1996, he's been working with optical fibers. He has created and installed public sculptures in stainless steel and optical fibers in various Italian cities, and in 1996 and 2003, he created site-specific works in the 12th and 15th natural quadrilaterals of Rome. He currently teaches at the Brera Academy of Fine Arts in Milan. He lives and works in Milan and Rome.
Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you. I
an artist of environmental installation. I work with the space for have the sculpture space with perceptual transformation. This works is in Milan in the Triennale, and the space is in reality is the matter of my work. The fiber optic and here one electroluminescent surface is the space drawing, the drawing for transforming the possibility of have the visual different dimension of the space. I use different fiber optic to make this work. The fiber optic is one. I draw with the fiber optic one mental space. This is material for drawing with one white pastel in one dark paper. The possibility of this idea is one permeable space and one immersive space. This is another installation, one public commission in Brindisi Airport. I have transformed the check-in area of airport with 4 prisms and one video projection. This is one stop image about video projection, and it's possible to see the water in the pavement, but normally the perception of the light is blue, one electric blue can have dynamic movement and change for have the created the levitation from the pavement. My idea is start from the original space about this place is this, with 2 columns of the architecture, and the idea of the concourse is the use of the wall between the column to install the work. But I have changed this possibility and have cancelled the presence about this column with this my virtual drawing. And it's possible walk between the column for to see the space in transformation. The columns is in glass with the OLF, optical lighting film. After is the fiber optic inside, and another prism in pentagonal form. I need the darkness for have the visual condition of real space in this visual language. The idea is one division of visual unity for create two independent visual identities within the same work. The same division of visual unity applies to the sculpture in stainless steel or in glass or in acrylic, plexiglass and different material. This is another work. The fourth direction of the spice. I used two video projection created for the space, and the movement of visitor in the space is to enable a first video. After we'll start also the second video opposite the first one in this installation. Two different videos are activate while people get into the space of the installation. Sound as well as image are poor abstraction. This is a different experience compared to the other installation I created and to light sculpture as well, but there is always a general theme that is the breaking of space and the division of visual units. There is a sensory superimposition of two elements, the static perception of the dynamic one. The static installation becomes dynamic with the movement caused by the video. In this case, the dynamic visual sensation superimposes to the static on created by the audio. The idea of division of the visual unity was born between 30 years ago to create two independent visual identities within the same works. At the beginning, I performed it with some painting that you called Watch in the Dark, made of a phosphorus substrate under 30 light coating. This is another work in the church in Rome, in Basilica Santa Maria di Montesanto. I have cut with only one line the whole space for 35 meters. Between the windows to the top for arrive to the pavement. The line start from the vacuum of the space and missing inside the pavement. the fiber optic cross this marmo for to go in the source underground, in the light source underground. This is another work in Rivara Castle, where I unit 3 rooms and 1 corridor in only one work. It's impossible to see the total environmental installation because it's impossible find only one point of view. The people have the possibility to go part for part about this work and create only in the memory the total form, one mosaic form only inside the perception of the visitors. This is my graphic drawing of the installation that across Palazzo Litta in Milan. This project unit the part outside with the inside part about the building. This is work, and it's possible to see the work go inside the windows, cross the whole wall in the second and third floor, 5 rooms in the second floor and 5 rooms in second floor, and the line crossed the wall and created this unit space between the space outdoor and the space indoor of the building. This is an environmental installation in Bologna, Santo Stefano Square, where from the one point of view is the work appear one cube with the inside the diagonal, the line in diagonal, but in different corner, work change completely the point, the visual condition. For to montage this work need support with a steel cable the structure with a strong tension, and together install the optic fiber on the steel cable. This is another work between the two. This is in London to the House Peroni. I have project in one bibliothèque, one space without dimension, with the structure, with the contrast between the specific geometry of this installation and the space that don't have dimension, which don't have the corner, for create one illusory rapport with the dimension of the space. This is another idea in the Musée Canalisée in Metz, in Francia, with this work is half submerged and half up the water surface. This is in Brecon Beacon Park in Wales. Another installation in Amsterdam. This is another project in one museum between inside indoor space and outdoor. This is the virtual drawing of one sculpture in the garden, and this is the definitive sculpture that have this idea of created one mobility perception and one a division of visual unity. In the day, it's possible to see the stainless steel structure, and in the night change the structure with the superimposition of the optic fiber. This is another work to the Macro Museum in Rome. And this is in the space, environmental space of the elevator. I use this space for around the structure of transparent elevator. The title is The Corner Revenge, because this is one space that is impossible used close in one environment that is difficult to think the work in this space. But with this structure, finished to the top with two stainless steel sculpture and optic fiber, the people go inside the elevator and have the possibility to see the changing movement between 1, 2, 3, and 4 floors about the museum. Another environmental installation in Berlin to the Dom Aquarelle Gallery. This is another work that have the possibility for have the different corner for to see the transformation of the space between the different floor of the building. The person change the point of view. This is one is a static form che have the mobility perception. This project is in Oscar Niemeyer Museum in Curitiba, is between the structure, the architecture structure of Niemeyer and the space of water in down. This is a virtual drawing. Another project. This is in Pomodoro Foundation. 2 minutes, okay. Half structure inside the room with the second form out of the room. This is example with form cross this room. This is in Malpensa Airport. Different idea in the old castle in Prato. The dialogue between inside and outside of the space of the castle, and another castle in L'Aquila. In the Emirates, in Sharjah, there is also specific installation, an environmental installation that crossed the 2 rooms of the gallery separated by a wall. This installation includes stem in a single form. In this installation, the fiber pass inside, piercing the wall and creating a single form that eludes the physicality of the place. I am very interested in experimenting with materials, steel and optical fiber, glass and optical fiber. Electroluminescent surface are especially interesting because of the light passing through a wire of 1 millimeter. My idea is not there for minimalism, but an attempt to create a work. There are visual bodies in which you can see static and dynamic simultaneous perceptual superimposition. I thank you.
Következő művészünk, aki prezentációt tart,
Our next
Bolygó Bálint
artist
filmművész Londonból.
will be Balint
Bálint
Boygo,
10 évesen
light
került
artist
Nagy-Britanniába,
from
azóta
London.
évig dolgozik.
He
Befejezte
moved to
tanulmányait
London
az
at
Edinburgh-i
10,
Egyetem
age 10.
művészettörténet és szobrászszakán.
He graduated as a sculptor and art historian in Edinburgh. He is a John Kinross Scholarship Awardee, and the same year he started working in Anthony Gromlin's London studio. From 2007, he has been a member of the light section of the Kepes Society. Boygo started working, commissioned by Benthagen Old Town Hall, the Aurora Green site-specific installation in London. Boygo's work are related to invention, creation on the borderline, drawing, light installations, which gain significance while functioning. His creations are based on physical phenomena, rules of law, friction, gravity, tension, while they also reflect upon the passing of time, using paper, wire, and glass surfaces, engines used for kinetic installations, and a combination of the wide variety of objects and providing a wide association, allowing for great liberty and freedom. Boygo's works can be found in Weimar, in the archives of the Scottish Royal Academy, as well as in various parts of the world, from Japan to the United States.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do the presentation in English, and hopefully I'm going to have a few videos with sound, just to describe a little bit, the background to my work. In the program, it says that I'm going to talk about a specific project which is or was in Margate Art Tech, but actual fact, I think I'm going to show relevant work that kind of leads up to it. I think I was talking to an artist quite recently. He's a landscape painter, and we were talking about how much people are interested in how long a piece of work takes, and someone was asking him, so how long does this painting takes, and they were expecting to hear, hours, days, and he said 57 years, which got me thinking, any work that we kind of have in our career is a sort of accumulation of lots of projects. So hopefully by addressing the work that's actually in the program, which I'm going to spend probably quite little time explaining, I'm going to sort of show what leads up to it and relevant works. The other thing I've noticed was how already, after having seen so many sort of interesting lectures and works, how I think there's quite a lot of cross-pollination, lots of ideas, repeating ideas, whether that's in mathematics or in cameras or photography. I think there's also, it's not by chance that we're all in this one room. There is a sort of collective essence that we feel that, we kind of, what we're all talking about is all related. So I think I'm going to just play this video, if it plays. It's just a sort of introduction, or maybe. if there is sound. I think the sound's coming out of the computer, but it doesn't matter. So my background is in sort of drawing machines and making time-relevant sculpture, and basically by drawing machines, I sort of, when we talk about making a kinetic work, we're sort of aware of the time passing, so the time becomes quite a strong element of the work, and the time is something that you can speed up and slow down, and technology tends to, especially nowadays, tends to speed things up, and I'm kind of coming to this in almost the opposite way, in actually using almost the technology of the past and slowing processes down. So the emphasis is about the process and about describing that process and involving the viewer in some kind of process which doesn't emanate from a black box or a screen, but it's open, and there's a transparency in the systems. So, you know, the kind of Da Vinci-esque drawings. Hang on. Yeah. So for example, this is it's a 10-meter long spirograph. So the drawing implements that we used to have as a kid, as children, is now sort of put up on a gallery wall and a big installation, and we can relate to these systems in a way. We're all physical beings. We come into this world, and we touch, and we put things in our mouth, and that's how we learn about the physical world and that goes to forces as well as kind of gravity. So this drawing machine uses the gravitational pull of the Earth to draw the Earth. And there's really kind of no other computers or physical, kind of programming. It's an analog system. We're all, in a way, inverted pendulums. We swing, and our sort of balance systems compensate from us falling over. So this is a very sort of universal force, and it is truly universal because gravity shapes distant galaxies as well. So it's quite uncanny that the drawings that appear on these spheres actually resemble galaxies, and these aren't computers or computer generated. This is actual physical gravity, the force that we are standing here and we're battling unconsciously with everyday life is actually bringing images and structures to life in front of us. And this kind of goes back to the lecture earlier on about nature and patterns in nature, mathematics, harmonics. So there's a whole kind of science that we can go into, but we don't have time. So this is another system, a drawing machine, which is actually a 3D scanner. It's totally sort of Da Vinci-esque. I'm my own engineer, so I invent these machines, and there are advantages and disadvantages for that. But it means that you can control every bit of how something comes into being. And basically here it's an analog, we can view this as an analog computer, where the software is actually a plaster cast of a head. The screen is a piece of paper. There's a pen that runs on the surface, and cogs and gears rotate various bits of the machine, and the scanning happens over 3, 4, maybe 6 or 9 hours, and slows down a process which we can do on our phones in seconds into a very methodical, contemplative pace, which we experience over a number of hours, days. And so what does this have to do with light art? So I thought I'd squeeze in the piece that is in the Vasarely Museum. Unfortunately, this film was done as an old piece before digital cameras, I think. It's quite kind of hazy. But this is a sort of pinnacle point, I guess, where I'm combining light with drawing. So this is the piece that we can see tomorrow, actually, in the museum. And there's a motion picture film which is the substrate that a pendulum scrapes off the emulsion, and that becomes an instantaneous animation which goes back into the system and gets looped around indefinitely. So we never ever actually see the same thing twice, and it's a system which is also responding to gravitational sort of and possibly human interaction if we push the pendulums. But this is kind of combines the world of sort of where I'm kind of looking into the ephemeral nature of light and how you can momentarily draw with light. The emphasis is still very much about the process, so it's not just about what is being made, but it's how the system works and the open, and we are invited to decipher that, so we kind of understand. It's almost a bit like a magician is revealing the tricks, but quite cleverly sort of not all of it. So there is a still kind of mystique, a mystery behind every piece. So I'm going to go quickly into the light pieces. This is another film. This is a show I did in Boston, at the Emerson College in Boston, Massachusetts. And I don't think there's a... And here I'm using, I think nearly all of them use sort of laser light to laser light that interacts with a sculpture. So here again, it's not just really about the environment, but the combination of how a system creates its own environment, and it's all about sort of diffraction of light. Again, it is using school physics, so motors, lenses rotating, and the emphasis, I almost wanted to make like satellite type objects that are kind of hanging or suspended in space, which create their own universe. Again, kind of drawing parallels between this repetition of patterns and phenomena that reoccur in nature. I had a show at the Vasarely Museum in 2018, and I think quite a lot of this, nearly all of this work was actually in there a few years ago. So there's processes of total internal reflection, prisms, diffractions, and they're all, in a way, structures and sculptures that are kind of inspired about experimentation. And, you know, I constantly refer to school physics. It is that idea of playing with the elements and materials and processes, and seeing how something can be brought about purely from a sort of visual point of view. I mean, we're artists. I'm not a scientist, so I can sort of bend and use artistic license in the kind of creation of all these objects. So I don't have to kind of stick to the path of science. So it's kind of and the engineering of it as well gives shape to these objects. I don't sit down and design any of these sculptures. They start with an idea, an experiment, and they evolve. And the idea that not knowing, and it was mentioned before, I think, today, the idea of not knowing, the unknown, is what drives the project further or on. So I'm going to come over to this project that in 2019 I was involved with a project in Basel, and this is sort of this is a large scale light installation that came about, but it really started with the building. So Filter 4 is a cultural establishment in Basel. It used to be the water filtration system for the town, for the city, and over years it's become redundant because of the way they managed to save water. So it was drained, and now it's kind of a gallery, but a very kind of unique gallery, because this is a cross section of what it was. It's like 2 meters deep sand and gravel, which was filled right up. I mean, you can see the actual water level line. So the gravel and sand was actually the filtration that was filtering the water, cleaning the water. Everything was drained, so you're actually walking on the top of the sand. So it's an underground, huge, I think 800 or 900 square meters space, and you're underground, dark, and you're walking on sand, and these very peculiar characteristics in a building is unique. And the idea of the project was to somehow celebrate its history, its function, but because it's an art establishment, we had to do it with light. Obviously, the budget and was also quite important. We didn't have a huge amount of money to do the project. So this is what it kind of looks like. This is what you're walking on, and we had this idea of, okay, I had this idea of, we can put the water back into this huge expansive space, and we can, it's a dark space, we can do this with light and have the people sort of walking in a pool of light. But how do you do this? And this is where being my own engineer and inventor comes into play, and fabricating all the bits and bobs. So there are advantages of having the nth control of how something is being made. Decided to use lasers. There were no commercial lasers that would do the job, especially on sand, kind of fine-tuning it. I mean, these are all like lunar landers, and also over such a huge area. So it's testing of lasers, and we came up with this idea of, these pods, these laser pods that were all, you know, engineered and built at home. Another thing, I had to fly out with it, so it had to fit in a suitcase. So my largest installation of 900 square meters had to fit in a suitcase because I had to fly. So it was challenging, but there are certain packing scenarios that kind of helped. And I'm going to show a little film of. Unfortunately, the frame rate of the lasers conflicted with my camera, which I only found out after it was filmed. So we have the phase difference between the camera and the lasers. So the lasers had to all be tuned to one horizon level so that they were all kind of at the same waterline. And because of the columns, they all had to sort of strategically be placed so that I can cover, you know, 900 square meter space. And because of the expanse, people visiting, you know, it was like walking in a forest. They could sort of lose each other, and there was this kind of slowness, and they could spend, you know, there wasn't any kind of pressure of moving on. And once that kind of threshold was crossed, you know, it became really less about the work, less about the installation, and more really about how people interacted with it. So without the people, this, you know, it's a light effect, but, you know, making an environment where people felt comfortable of staying there, sitting down, and, you know, spending half an hour, 40 minutes, they actually started making creative things. So with their phones, and, you know, I think one of the shots, you know, they were kind of almost like swimming and exploring. So you're kind of almost making a creative environment for other people to be creative, which was quite an interesting an interesting thing for the project. So the idea really was to make a work which could only make sense in that space. You know, with the history of the building, the function, and also a lot of time you couldn't really see where you were going because of the membrane of light that was in the way. So the idea of walking on sand, you know, it's not the smoothest and most predictable environment or surface to walk on. So it was a little bit, you know, people were kind of a little bit unsure, you know, because, you you know, they couldn't see where they were stepping. So these are just a few stills. Right, so moving on, or moving back, more like, we jumped back, I think, almost 20-something years. And it will kind of make sense why I've kind of put this in. So here there's a pendulum, a twin elliptic pendulum that is scraping off a layer of soot from glass. So they're totally sort of elemental forces at work, making quite incredible, very random, seemingly random Lissajous curves. And this is all gravity. We're going back to kind of the beginning of the using gravity and the gravitational pull of the Earth to generate images which are quite random but can be sort of controlled. So I'm gonna okay, good. So if I go back to this, so this is the actual shot of the piece that was actually in the description. So the light event horizon, and this was for a very small kind of part of a small residency that I did in as part of a program at the Margate School. And this is in an auditorium, so it's another kind of experiment piece, but I've sort of wanted, the experiment was, you know, what if the laser was actually put on and combined with this pendulum movement, this sort of breathing, the movement of this membrane. And so I think this is a very crude video that I could find. So what's happening here is the horizon, the lasers actually moved by a pendulum movement. So this movement that I was talking about, we're all inverted pendulums, and we're very aware of our balance system. When we go on a boat for a long time and we come onto land, we get sea legs, and our senses are constantly battling and correcting this force. And when we deceive our senses and we start using the same forces to move a visual reference, i.e. a horizon, with the same motions, then it can really dislocate our senses and create environments which for us are quite challenging and open for sort of experimentation. So I'm going to conclude with sort of what I started with. in the fact that I think it was Carlo Rovelli. I think he said that, was Italian physicist. He wrote a lot about time, very interesting kind of things. But I remember reading something that said nothing interesting actually begins with knowing, and I think that's quite true for us artists. I don't think any of the projects that I showed you would exist if I knew what the outcome was. We're all kind of setting us tasks that are challenges, and because of the unknown and the seemingly impossible, that drives us forward to make more art. Thank you very much.
The last presentation of the afternoon session is the next one, before we all take a bus to cross the river and enter Urania movie theater to come to the most luminous item of today's program. Our last presenter is George Legradi, an artist of Hungarian origin, whose great-grandfather, Tivadar Legradi, was a lithographer and printer, who together with his brother Károly was the founder of the Legradi Brothers Publishing House in Budapest. George Legradi left Hungary as a child in 1956 during the revolution, and he grew up in Canada. He studied at the San Francisco Art Institute, where he graduated in 1976. His early artistic work focused on conceptual and semiotic analysis of the photographic image, with his first works using computer techniques began in 1986. His digital interactive installations have been exhibited in many venues since the early 1990s. Legradi's contribution to the field of digital media lies in the intersection of cultural content and data processing, and his works can be best understood as socio-cultural narrative installations. His current work is in the fields of data visualization, robotics, computer-integrated photography, and digital visual ethnography. He's held professorships at the University of Western Ontario, the California Institute of Arts, the University of Southern California, San Francisco State University, the Hungarian Academy of Fine Arts, Merz Academy Stuttgart, UCLA, and other institutions. Currently, he's the director of the Laboratory for Experimental Visualization at the University of California, Santa Barbara, where he's director of the graduate program in media arts and technology. So please welcome the presentation by George Legradi.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm sorry I was speaking in English. I would like to start with these images of books by George Kepes and György Kepes, who founded the Center for Advanced Visual Studies in 1967 at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which has been the leading American research institute in technology and science. At that time, Kepes published a series of influential books that brought together authors from multiple disciplines to address issues of design, systems, and visual representation, and the intersections of nature, culture, and technology. Sadly, the articles, there is a sense of a goal to understand the underlying fundamentals of how to better make sense of the organizing systems of information by which we understand the world. So my talk today has been inspired by Kepes's methodological approach towards an analysis of the structure of things.
In this talk, I would like to review two of my projects, Pockets Full of Memories, created about 22 years ago, and a recent series titled Alchemist Study, which images were produced a year ago. And both projects are based on machine learning algorithms by which to organize data, but with significant differences. The first project is on classification, where the metadata by which the artwork is designed is by a team of experts, humans, to function in a specific way. The second project, which has been created in a software called Midjourney, which is an image generating software that produces images in response to text and image input. So the author has very little control of the results. So first of all, the first 20 slides are the Pockets Full of Memories. The project is an installation. It was commissioned by the Centre Pompidou by Boris Tissot. And then it was, it traveled to 8 venues over 7 years that had diverse audiences, from the general public to specialized tech audiences and to an art-focused gallery, which is the Corner House Gallery in Manchester, England. The installation took place at the main floor of the Pompidou Center, and here you can see on the left my work, and on the right a work called Mémoire de Crayon by the artist and academic Jean-Louis Boissier. And both projects are database. In my work, the public contributes data to the artwork by digitally scanning an object in their possession, after which they describe the object by answering questions in a questionnaire. And you can see on the left image those 3 children answering and typing in information into this information booth. These are some of the screens from the questionnaires. So the top left computer screen shows an object being digitally photographed. The top right shows a set of sliders by which the object is described according to their properties. The bottom screen collects demographic information, in this case, what job the contributor had and where they lived. This is an early version of the slider, and the slider technique is used quite extensively today. And basically, you have to define where the object is situated between these opposite attributes. For instance, the first one says old and new. So the viewer would move the sliders and set the values. Once the software, which is using a neural network algorithm, receives the data, each object's position is then projected on a large projection screen in the gallery space, and their location is determined by the information provided through the questionnaire. Each object's relation with every other object in the collection is then presented in 4 different animations. The first one is the placement of objects on the screen. The second one is the reorganization of the objects activated by new data that's coming into the system. On the bottom left, we can see the movement as the cells move around, reorganizing themselves based on the new information. And then the far bottom right one is called a unified matrix map. where the similarity and differences of the objects is visualized according to grayscale. So white tones represent similarity in the data values, and darker tones represent difference and therefore distance. The project also had an internet version online, so viewers could go and then look at the data they contributed. And when you click on any object, you would get a screen like what we see here, which kind of shows you how the object was described. These are some of the installation photos. This is at Ars Electronica. This is in Taipei, Taiwan. Images from the installation in Piasma in Helsinki. This is at the Corner House Gallery in Manchester, UK. And this is the installation in Budapest at an exhibition titled Aura, After the Age of Technical Reproduction. And this exhibition was organized by C3 Foundation. The director of the technical production was Martin Fernazei Marzi. And in fact, Marzi was in charge of all of the production design and technical work as the project was developed in Budapest at C3. The conceptual component of the project was designed. I was living in Stuttgart at the time, and I worked with a design team called Project Triangle. And for each installation, they would design the visual identity of the space. So these are the walls in the exhibition space with information mounted on the wall in this way. These are some of the examples of what people contributed. So in Taipei, many of the contributions consisted of sculptural forms with hands. Interesting approach to creating an object or digitizing an object. These are all from the very first exhibition in Paris, France, 2001. This is a comparison of two different contributions that had relatively similar slider relationships. The top one is from Taipei, and the bottom one is from Manchester. And with the online version of the, where you could see the contributions, you could also send texts, email texts to each of the objects that were accessible online. At the end of the 7-year exhibition, we did a statistical analysis of each exhibition's data. And here you can see color-coded things like jewelry or body parts like hands, toys and currency, ID cards, keys. And some people chose to just leave the data scanning box empty, so you would end up with black information. So the each venue had a different time frame. The upper left box is from the Pompidou. To the right is from Helsinki, which also had a long run, about 3 months. On the far right, it's MoCA Taipei. And then in the bottom left the smaller ones consisted of shorter exhibitions. We have DEF in Rotterdam, V2 at the far left, followed by Ars Electronica, and then Aura, and then Corner House, and the very small was in Slice, was in Frankfurt. And here's a example of a statistical analysis of one object, cell phones, excuse me. And it shows you how the different venues rated the use of cell phones. The red represents maximum value, and what we can see here is that all of the cell phones had the same set of descriptions at all of the 8 venues. In other words, everybody thought they were personal, fashionable, functional, new, hard, synthetic, and of long use. Now I'm shifting to 20 years later, a year ago. We, in my lab at the University of California, started to work with neural network algorithms and image synthesis software about four years ago. This gives you an example of a sequence, upper left being the most recent, of how the evolution of a particular theme would take place using a software like Mid-Journey. This is an example from 4 years ago or 3 years ago of a application of a study where we took 8 photographs in the upper left corner and used them to try to generate a new texture synthesis. And in particular, in this case, we were looking at style transfer, but an extended version by a researcher from the University of Toronto named Javier Snelgrove. One of the challenges of working with Mid-Journey is to what degree can one have content control and aesthetic control. And I was happy to arrive at certain results after many, let's say hundreds of tries. I initiated the process by using a text prompt, and the software would return 4 images and one would select one. And then from that one would then generate 4 more and continue in this fashion. So I have about 3 different themes here. The first one is smokescreen, variations of smokescreen. Smokescreen came out of an earlier series called Imaginary Workspaces. And in this case, I initiated this process by just using those 2 words, imaginary workspaces. And once I had a image I could accept, I would then just continue with those texts and select an image of choice, which would create 4 more. By the way, these are just selections of best results. So I'm leaving out some of the, most of the images were not that interesting. I'm just providing best selection. Continuing with imaginary workspaces, the image on the upper right, you could see some smoke arising in this kind of strange laboratory situation. And that image in the upper right eventually led to the earlier smokescreen images. But there were different directions. And for instance, this series here, the scenes here look like science fiction type stage sets of gathering places in a dystopian environment. So these are some of the challenges of how to work with this Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, which is another software we work with. So basically, it's a two-step creative process. The user provides a text or image prompt, which generates a complex image. It does so by going into a database of 5.85 billion images that may have words attached as tags that are in the text prompt. And the software does its work, it provides a result, and at the end, the user has the option of curation, meaning one selects a result out of the many. So the fundamental questions of working in this way is if complex images that resemble masterful artworks can be produced by feeding textual prompts into an opaque system, can the results be considered creative? What is the nature of the human creativity involved in generating images with text-to-image systems? So these are the two fundamental questions that I was thinking about through the whole process. And the challenges are that it is an opaque process. We don't know what is going on. And based on the result, the image that we get, we don't know how the system works. And we don't know what text and configurations resulted in the prompt. To access the full extent of human creativity, more information is needed in all of these aspects. And I gathered these texts from an article titled The Creativity of Text-to-Image Generation, published by Jonas Oppenlander in 2022. A few more examples, a series which I'm going to be exhibiting next year in Los Angeles, titled The Alchemist Study, and there's variations of this. The first set you're looking at here, they look like drawings. In this series, there's the suggestion of an outside world and an inside world, but the two seem to be blending into each other as opposed to being separated. In this series, I added an additional word to the text prompt to imaginary workspaces. I also added electrostatic, and it generated these kind of images. So just want to review a little bit a schematic of the image production process. So nearly all of the decision-making takes place in a black box situation, and the orange colored boxes you can see here are the black box. The user has the user begins with the blue box areas where one selects an image and a text by which to work. And then at the end of the process, one ends up doing the curation, which is the green section here. But one is not, at the moment, we're doing some studies with Stable Diffusion. One does not have access to what takes place inside the training. And I would like to close with this slide from an artist, Philip Pocock, who lives in Berlin. And he says, the choice of image nowadays is a new form of framing the image. It may have been luck, but informed luck connecting to all sorts of memories and impulses, imaginings, envisioning what bypasses the mid-journey style or look. And one of the great challenges of mid-journey, as opposed to stable diffusion, is that mid-journey imposes a strong style and as opposed to maintaining a neutral delivery or quality of image quality. So the slides are available online. You could take a photo of this, and they're located at this website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Legrady. During the lectures today, I was thinking, and I'm sorry I will speak English. So I was thinking today what we actually do here, and we try to understand something, we try to share, we are sharing knowledge, experience, and it reminded me one sentence of György Kepes. He said that artists are the same seismographs of the society. And as we have seen entire day, the beautiful approach of synesthesia and all the other experimentations of artists, it very much looks like that we do a research, we search for something, definitely for the ultimate questions of the fundamental questions of our existence. We try to understand that. But how much true is that artists are somehow like super sensitive people resonating to something, like empirically discovering that there is synesthesia, there is a relation between light and sound, and science proves the same. And it is interesting that, so as we know that photons behave as particles, but they behave as waves as well. And what we know is that where there is a wave, there must be sound, even if it's out of the human understanding, the range of understanding. So from this point of view, and probably a few of the scientists will help us to understand this, that if light behaves as a wave as well, then there must be sound. And so this way, light and sound, they are somehow one entity from this point of view. So this was just my, I wanted to add these thoughts which came during all the lectures. And I'm just excited because I had to run to organize the bus. So I'm switching now to the practical information that, first of all, thanks for all the lecturers who came, and we had a great experience listening to everybody. But now we will soon have to leave and to go to the presentation, to the world premiere, actually, of the movie, documentary movie about György Kepes, directed by Márton Orosz. Thanks again for your participation. We will see you tomorrow at the second day of the conference. And now we invite you to just grab some sandwiches. I mean, this is what we have now as we are in the lack of time, to propose you to grab a sandwich. We have like actually 15 minutes to go into the bus, which the bus will wait us in front of the building, and then we go to the Urania cinema. Thank you very much.
Azt hiszem, hogy a
szendvicseket meg lehet enni a buszba.
I think you can eat the sandwiches in the bus, maybe. I don't know, I didn't ask, but I think you should start here, and if you don't have time to finish it, you can bring it with you. Thank you.